2023. Thank you all for being here today. There are a number of items that we'll be discussing this afternoon. We have a number of people who have signed up to speak on a few of the items, and I welcome you to our conference meeting. I know a number of people have come from out of town, so you can't hear? My mic is not on? Okay, now it is. Okay. I know a number of people have come from out of town, so we'll try to facilitate this process as quickly as possible. So we'll start with Business 1. Business 1 is the New River Crossing Update Part 3. So for some of you who are paying attention to this issue, this stemmed from a request by the Commission to put this on conference agenda so that we can have public input and also an update on any recent developments that have taken place with regard to the New River Crossing project. Last meeting, Commissioner Sturman introduced a resolution for the city to consider with regard to selecting a preference between a tunnel and a bridge. The Commission decided to defer the item until today, and at this point it's scheduled to be discussed and voted upon at tonight's hearing. But for purposes of moving the conversation forward, the City Commission has asked that this be put on the conference agenda, and at this point I will defer now to the City Manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Oh, you have laryngitis now?
Yes, staff has prepared a presentation. Okay. They're going to take over.
Okay. Mr. Rogers.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Ben Rogers, Director of Transportation Mobility. So if IT can load the first presentation, it's going to be a staff presentation, just a brief overview of what we've done over the last 60 days. There's been a lot of conversation on this topic, a lot of information, and some actions taken. So we'll summarize that. And then yesterday, via Commission Memo 23-158, the City Manager provided additional materials that BDO has provided that will be shared and presented by BDO. And that is some of the work that they've done as part of their initial purchase order to help define the project and giving you an update on that. One thing that's not included today, but I do think is important, especially given the decisions that are going to be made tonight, is that there's some working documents that BDO has been working on that weren't ready for presentation, but they do have draft formats. They have to deal with cost estimates. They have to do with some visuals of what a tunnel would look like. So while that wasn't prepared in advance, they do have those materials should the Commission want to review those or ask questions about any of those considerations.
Those are available for this afternoon's meeting?
That's correct. So
okay.
The first presentation, IT, if you can do it, Exhibit 1, please, will be just a quick overview by me, and then we'll go to the BDO presentation.
By the way, Ben, let me just, I brought this up in our agenda briefing, but I want to bring this up one more time. I object vociferously to getting important information like this the day before we're going to be addressing this in a commission meeting. I say it before, I will say it again. I hopefully don't have to say it again another time. I don't ever want to be getting information that's critical to a decision that we have to make of this magnitude the day before a commission meeting.
Please proceed.
So the first thing, again, was just to do a recap on what's happened over the last 45 to 60 days. So back on November 7th, staff did a presentation where we looked at the reports and the studies that were done to date. It had a high-level overview and a timeline of everything, and also included an introduction to the RIA grant and where we were with that project. At that meeting, the Commission requested that we bring some of the consultants and some of the interested stakeholders to a Commission meeting for additional conversation. So on November 21st, we had FDOT attend, Aiken Gump, our federal lobbyist, and then some of the consulting groups that did studies or reports for this project. And we had a panel discussion at the Parker where there was a conversation back and forth on the tunnel and the bridge alternatives. Later that night, we did a walk-on per the direction of the commission, which waived the procurement rules so that way we could continue with the work to try to meet a February deadline of federal applications and delivering the minimum requirements for that. So that got approved by the commission on November 21st. On November 29th, staff attended a one-day summit up in Washington, D.C. To get informed and learn more about the RIA grant, about the structure of the grant, the timelines and deliverables. And all of the other cohorts from the grant awards were there. So we networked and learned more about other projects that were similar to ours with this grant program. If we fast forward to the last meeting, you had a joint workshop with Broward County and talked through, you heard the White House report and then talked through some of the alternatives and concerns that each of the agencies had. And at the night meeting on December 5th, there was a budget amendment that the commission approved. That budget amendment moved $325,000 from the Boring Company project into the New River Crossing project and earmarked for a potential BDO award for their agreement. So that brings us today for the third update, and we're going to talk again about the next steps, and then BDO will present on their current efforts, and then also Mayor or Commission, if there's questions or want to see some of the working documents of the materials that may be in the final report once that's done at the end of this month.
Okay.
So with that, the next kind of steps, there's two parallel tracks that staff are working on. The first one is the Regional Infrastructure Accelerator Grant. As I noted before, we went up to the summit, learned a lot of the information, and then was advised that we'd be receiving a draft agreement sometime in mid-December. I talked to the grantor yesterday, and he was confident that we'd have it by the end of this week. And so we're looking to have that award agreement before the commission sometime in January, so that way we can get that finalized and then we can start working on that project.
And explain to the commission again what the purpose of that grant is.
So that grant is to further analyze the alternatives of the New River Crossing, and it included economic development impacts, environmental impacts, property values. There's about 9 things that we included in the grant application. We originally asked for $2.5 million. We were awarded $974, so we modified some of those scope deliverables down to meet the available funding, but we can bring that forth in January.
So this is just the New River Crossing in general. It's not either locally preferred alternative. It's just crossing the New River and the impacts as you just described.
That's correct. In the grant agreement at the time, there was clear consensus that the tunnel was the locally preferred alternative. So the grant application identified the tunnel as the city's locally preferred alternative and as the preferred alternative. Mm-hmm. But it did have all of the alternatives in consideration.
Okay.
So we hope to bring that to you in January, and then once that gets executed, there's a 2-year time frame on some of the deliverables. So we'll get some of the dollars for year 1 and some for year 2, and we'll prioritize that based off of the needs of the project.
Ben, let me stop you with that. So you got a 2-year study on something that's going to be moving forward. Help me understand the value of that.
Yeah, good question. Wasn't this intended to allow us to prepare for a grant application for a February to April window of 2024? Explain how those interact with each other.
Yeah, so when you go after these federal funding applications, there are minimum requirements or things that you have to bring forth, right? And so this is allowing us to do that homework in the background while we go for future funding. So, Mayor, you asked some of the scope of work. The final scope of work is economic development, environmental review, equity and public benefit, property impacts, and traffic and congestion.
Well, don't those considerations have to be included in the application? Should we seek infrastructure money next spring?
So I think we will have some level of that, but we're not going to be fully developed in February to answer the maximum criteria. I would say what we're shooting for in February is to meet the minimum grant applications.
Okay.
So under that, so the county is going to submit a grant application in February. We're going to be studying this for 2 years. Aren't all these items that you discussed related to economic development, traffic impacts, and all the other things things that the county is going to have to be responsible for as their grant application moves forward? What am I missing? This is the county's grant that's going to be moving forward in February, not the city's grant that's moving forward in February. So what are we studying, and what grant are we applying for, and how is this information furthering the process?
So that's a great question. My understanding was that the city was preparing to submit our own application, and I believe that our federal lobbyist talked about a couple different opportunities, one of them being the intercity rail excuse me, application that.
Let me stop you right there. As I understand it, the city cannot apply for intercity rail. Only Brightline can apply for intercity rail. We don't do intercity rail as a city. So how do we as a city apply for intercity rail?
I don't have that answer right now, Commissioner.
Okay. Well, I have been told that we cannot do that. We can't go from one city to another city. We can only go intra-city, not inter-city. So I need to understand that, because what I've been told is that only Brightline can do an intercity rail application. So unless we get Brightline on board as a sponsor of this grant application, then I don't see how it moves forward.
So can I just interject here?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor.
If a project, excuse me, we're all very throaty here today, so I'm sorry. If a project,
You got a cold too? No.
no.
I'm going to go sit outside. Everybody else is sick.
Take class outdoors. The way it was explained to us by the officials at the United States Department of Transportation, the city can apply for intercity rail funds for a project that is going to be intercity, even though it's only even though the money will be used only for a project within our city boundaries. So while it's in the nature of intercity rail, the city of Fort Lauderdale can apply for intercity funds through the infrastructure bill, and that's how it was explained to us. So I know it sounds a little twisted, but
Right.
That's exactly how it was explained to us. So we do have the authority and the ability to apply separately, separate from the county, separate from Brightline, provided that it reflects an intercity rail project. And seeing that this is a project of regional significance, it is given that application, but at the same time, the city is allowed to apply for funding.
Do we have anything in writing to that effect? I'd love to see it, because that's not consistent with all the information I've received so far. So
Okay,
I
I
want to just
understand.
reconcile
I
that.
understand.
So that'd be great.
This was what was told to us. Greg,
Okay.
do you want to say something?
We
Can
can,
you say
we can
something?
gather all your questions and get back to you if you'd like.
Okay, that's
So-
fine.
But I did read that the city can apply for some of these grants. And so and Susan Lent also mentioned the same thing.
The
Because
city can apply for intercity grants.
yes, because the city is a governmental entity.
Yeah, we're an entity that is eligible for these grants.
Correct.
Is Susan here?
Susan Lent is
Yeah.
not.
Susan Lent. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Susan Grant. I'm
No, I
sorry.
said-
Susan Lent, our
Susan Lent.
attorney in Washington. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Please proceed, Ben.
And so the second path that we're working on right now, per the Commission's direction, was to advance a federal funding application. So BDO is here again today to provide a presentation, the materials that you received yesterday, on their efforts today from their current purchase order. And then on tonight's agenda, there's an action to move forward with that agreement that was associated with waiving the procurement rules in November. That would provide the terms and conditions for them to deliver the next set of work that would take us through the February funding application. And again, the goal of being to have everything prepared for the deadlines this winter, spring.
Okay, thank you, Ben. And one other thing I just want to clarify for folks. It has been the past practice of the federal government to fund projects, capital projects, that were considered shovel-ready. And that has been the phrase that has been used time and again. But the Department of Transportation today now uses the phrase shovel-worthy. So the application does not have to be complete in in all four corners of the application. And so I think what Mr. Rogers was trying to say is that once we accept the grant and begin the process, we'll be able to form an outline which will define to the Department of Transportation exactly what we're looking to achieve, even though the full study will not be completed by the end of the application period. Is that what you're saying to us today?
That's correct. And then the BDO scope of work right now gets us to that deliverable point.
Okay. All right.
And so if there's no other questions for me, I'll invite BDO to come up and do their presentation.
Last question I have. If we have two applications moving forward at the same time, what's the impact of that? If the county's got an application moving forward and the city has an application moving forward, what does that do to the likelihood of either of those being approved?
Yeah, so on a lot of projects, the MPO will take the lead and kind of bring partners together and have one single application. In other scenarios, there's multiple applications that come forth. I want to say the railroad crossing elimination would be a good example. The city applied for it. I believe Brightline applied for it, and both of us received an award. So I think it just determines on the grant what the capacity is and what the application status is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And please introduce yourselves.
And if we can go to Exhibit 2, please.
Vice Mayor, you doing okay?
I'm hanging in.
Okay.
Hey, before we begin, where did Ben go? Well, you're hiding back there. I wonder why. This Exhibit 2 is not online, I guess. But is this the handout that we got, or what is that?
Yeah,
this?
Exhibit 2 is what you received yesterday morning.
And this is this physical copy here.
Yes.
It's, what are these, like 12 or 13 pages?
Yeah, and again, this is the presentation that BDO provided. They did work through the weekend. One of the things to note, and it's not an excuse, but our deliverable for this project is the end of the month, and so by having this meeting now, it really put a crunch on time. So again, no excuse, and understand the concerns, Commissioner Herbst, about the late information.
Is this available to the general public, this right here?
That was going to be my next question, right? Does everybody else get to see this? Is this online at this point, or are we the only ones seeing it?
I know it's going to be publicly broadcast here. I'd have to defer to the clerk on when it gets published.
It was posted in the meeting details section.
Okay.
Since it was after, and there's always a copy of anything that comes after the fact, right by where you sign in as well. There's
Yeah,
a
I'm just
copy as
thinking
well.
about people watching at home if they want to be able to
Yeah,
pull
well,
those
they-
documents up and, yeah,
Yeah, and they'll be able to see it on the screen as well as it's going.
maybe.
Maybe.
And then, Commissioner Servant, just to, again, clarify, there's other materials that we have been working on as working documents that weren't ready for the presentation that talk about the cost analysis. It talks about some of the visual elements of where the tunnel would start and stop that BDO has prepared if we want to share it, but it has not been distributed to anyone in advance because it literally is a working document that we're working for as part of the report.
Okay,
So
thank you.
as you may guess, if it involves cost analysis, I want it.
Yes, absolutely.
Hello, thank you very much. I am Seth Miller-Gabriel. I am the co-practice lead for BDO USA's Infrastructure and Public-Private Partnerships team. We'd like to thank you for this opportunity to present what we've been working on. We're engaged by the city to take a hard look at this and provide you with even more information so that you can make the most informed decision as you move forward on this. If we can go to the next slide, please. Just as a matter of introduction. Oh, thank you. Oh, we have the clicker. All right, we control
Who's
that.
got the clicker?
I now have the clicker.
Okay.
Just gotta figure out where to point it. There we go. Thank you. So just as a matter of introduction for the team, so BDO
Oh,
USA.
does
Yes, sir.
Pam have this too? Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yeah, it does.
Yes, I have the information. I'm viewing it, and I have the documents.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. So just as a matter of introduction for everyone that's following along, so BDO itself is an international advisory firm. We have a long history of expertise in both financial analysis, grant funding, financial planning, and projects of this size and scope. There's some listed here throughout the world. We've brought together a team of experts, including ourselves and a team from Gal Ziegler, to look at this particular river crossing in hopes to help you, again, to help you provide you with the most information. Through our analysis, we have lend ourselves to the expertise that we have to look at this. We've had discussions at the federal, thank you, and state level, make sure that we have as much information as possible. And today, just today, we don't have anything final, but today we want to present to you everything that we've been working on and are happy to answer any questions that you might have. So this time I'm going to turn over to my colleague Umar, who's going to lead you through the rest of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Umar Yaqub. I co-lead the practice for BDO, Infrastructure Advisory, and I'm based out of New York. Can you hear me now? Is it much better? Okay.
I think that mic was made for people under 6 feet.
So I think when we started off with a very broad scope, just give me one second. Okay. Our current scope includes 3 different components. The first one is defining the project, and then looking at the funding opportunities and also laying out the action plan for the city and for the project to be developed in general. I think the key criteria that the city administration had provided us has been, is it possible to have a free marine traffic flow? Is it possible to have a cost-effective, a fiscally viable underground solution? Is it possible to have a shorter tunnel? Is it possible to have no impact on any real estate along the city? Is it possible to have no right-of-way acquisitions or minimal impact? Is it possible to have no blockade of any street in the city? And is it possible that there is no impact on FECR and Brightline operations? And is it actually even possible to have a lower operations and maintenance cost and a solution that works for the entire community, for the city, and the county?
So then just to be clear, there's absolutely no analysis of the bridge whatsoever in this. This is solely focused on a tunnel.
Right.
Yes,
Thank
that
you.
is correct. And the answer to that...
I think that might take a little longer, but go ahead.
Yeah, and the answer to that is a solution that we have built, created, that we believe meets the criteria which was given to us by the city administration. And I would like to invite my colleague Nasri Munfa to give an overview of the solution.
Thank you, Umar. Mr. Mayor, commissioners, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this discussion, this presentation. And I need to lower this one because I'm not as tall as Umar. And I would like to thank you for having this meeting being held right across the project site, which is very critical. Just a background about myself. I am an engineer, civil engineer. I'm located in New York. I'm a professional engineer. And I have been in engineering business since 1975. And I have been involved in some of the most iconic projects around the world, including the Long Island Railroad access to Grand Central, which is called the East Side Access, the Port of Miami, right here, the Alaskan Way Tunnel, which is the second largest in the world, that's in Alaska, the tunnel under the Bosphorus, which is 3.5 kilometers and under 330 feet of water pressure. And presently, I am also involved in the Gateway program in New York to put new tunnels under the Hudson River between New York and New Jersey. With that background and with the criteria that was given to us to look into a solution, I think we found a solution that meets all the criteria that was stated above. And that what you will see here on what you see here on the screen is a short tunnel. It is a twin bore tunnel starting on the northwest of 6th Street, going under the river and connecting, meeting the alignment, the existing alignment of the tracks, just to the south of the southwest 7th Street. What I'd like to point out, and I don't know if we have a pointer here. Is there a pointer here? Yeah. I'd like to point out, sorry, it's not, doesn't show here on the pointer on this one. Anyway, between northwest 6th Street, sorry, between southwest 7th Street and southwest 9th Street, we're putting switches between the existing tracks and the side tracks to be able to pull to the side. And then north of southwest 7th Street, we start diving down into an open approach structure, which is, you see it in green, until we get to 9th Street, okay? Till we get to 9th Street, and then we will start with the cut and cover, and then bore tunnel. What you will see in light blue, this is the bore tunnel using, okay, great, thank you. So we put switches here between the existing tracks and to pull to the side, on both sides, and we will have just passing the street here, we start dipping down, and this will create the separation. All of that is within the right-of-way. Then we start doing, this is enough cover, we put the cut and cover construction. This will be the bore tunnel. Up to here, we come across to connect with both sides, and we will have a single approach structure, and then we'll connect to this point, which is the just south of the northwest 6th Street. And that point, we will be at grade, at the same level as the existing tracks, and we'll put the switches when we are out of the curve into the straight segment.
Let me jump in 2 questions on that, so just so I'm clear. What is the length of the actual boring section of the tunnel?
I'm glad you asked that question. From end to end is 1.15 mile. The bored section is 0.67 mile. So this is the configuration. From the north to the south, we're coming down at a 3%, which is allowable. We're staying about flat where the station is, so we can build the station in this area. We're depressing down, and we're coming right to the north of the new river at about elevation of the track, about elevation minus 55, which is about 60 feet from the surface, about 55 feet from the water level, and we are doing the same thing coming out to this point here. Just like to point out that in order to show the illustration, the vertical scale of this illustration is 10 times the horizontal scale. If you put them at the same scale, it will be very stretched, very small.
Okay, and you said we're going from south of 6th Street. So basically, this does nothing to alleviate any traffic on 6th Street or Sunrise?
There will not be any impact on the traffic, correct, on Sunrise or...
Well, no, in other words, those 100 trains a day that are going to be going by are still going to be crossing at grade at Sistrunk and Sunrise. Is that correct? Because you're starting south of...
There are
south of 6th
alternatives to
Street.
that, Commissioner, there are alternatives to that, and that is by depressing the existing roadway, put them to create the grade separation at the critical areas.
Right, but that's not part of what we're talking about right
That's
now.
not-
You're talking about starting south of 6th.
Right.
So you've got nothing in here that deals with traffic at Sunrise or Sistrunk.
At this point, we are not, because that was our focus, that was our scope of work.
Understood, just clarification. Thank you.
Okay. Sure. This one?
No, back a slide.
Good.
Just so everybody's on the same page, the FECR, the freight, FECR, that's going straight through unimpeded, correct?
That
So-
is in the middle, right?
Okay, so what's happening is you're not affecting that at all. The two bores are going to go on either side, east and west of there.
Eastern, you're absolutely correct.
Okay, so you're
And I
not
have
diverting
I'll-
FECR tracks whatsoever
Yeah.
with this.
I will show you additional cross-section how this is going to be done, and we also developed construction planning. Unfortunately, it's not here, but it is one of the questions that we can provide. That I was working on it until Sunday. One of the things, by the way, I would like to point out that all the work that you see here is done by 3D modeling, full size, full scale, 3D modeling, and superimposed over the maps that you will see here. So everything is not wished in place. Everything is developed to a level of engineering that can be addressing all the issues associated with that. Okay. Shall I move on to the next one?
By all means.
Okay. Okay. So what I would like to do is to show you step by step how are we doing from each section, and this is a large plan. Again, the existing tracks, what you see here, these are the existing tracks.
Could you go back to the last slide?
Okay.
And just go through what the,
Sorry.
no, the other way. Okay, each one of those colors, are they different grade elevations?
These are the grade, as you see here, it goes from 3% to about 0.5% to 1% and so on, and back to 3%. This is the same grades of both tunnels, and actually we have the details. The variation is very, very minor, like instead of 3, you will have 2.9 or something like that, okay?
Okay.
And that's toward the north portion of it. Okay. Okay. So as I said earlier, these are the two. In black are the two tracks, the existing tracks. This is the switch that will be between 9th Street and 7th Street. That will be at grade. You see the red line here in the back, and the top and the bottom. Those are the property right-of-way. I'm sorry, these are the railroad right-of-way. FECR right-of-way, the 100-foot space. So at 7th Street, we are not impacting it because there is no grade separation here. We start the approach structure here using depressing down while the train operation are continue. Up to 6th Street, that will become sufficient cover that we can cover it and become into a tunnel, part of the tunnel. Showing the cross section, you see the middle, the two tracks. These are the two tracks that are existing right now. We will be on the left and on the right, and these are the green, the yellow, the blue are the right of way.
So Nasri,
Go ahead.
so you
Sorry.
from the overhead map you just showed us,
Right.
the passenger rail is going to come from the outside and then merge into the freight tracks when it comes to the surface of the system. Is that how you designed it?
That's on the north portion, and on the south portion, we will be, after we finish the crossing and get back to the existing tracks,
Right.
which is at grade, that's exactly what will happen.
So those two trains are coming from the outside, merging into FECR, thus not impacting FECR's operation at any time during this process. Is that what you're saying?
Only what we call it the cut-in, because we're going to put the switches, and
Right.
that is like a few hours,
Okay.
and that can be
I just want to make sure I
coordinated.
understood what. Okay.
And we, by the way, we had this discussion with Brightline and we show them the step by step how we anticipate that will be done, and they have no objection to it.
Okay.
Okay. So again, now we are depressing down. As we are crossing under the New River, we'll have the 2 tunnels will be constructed using tunnel boring machine, and again, flanking on both sides within the right-of-way. As we get past the New River tunnel, at the New River, we are, because just before the station, there are 3 tracks. So we are going from the easternmost and coming across underneath the existing track to connect with the southern track. I mean the western track, yeah. Again, at this point, these are the configuration, how they are flanking the bridge and within the right-of-way. And they are deep sufficiently at depth.
Can I ask you a question about that? Because I've heard some concerns about the foundations under the FECR lines, that this could impact that.
Well, we are sufficiently below the FECR line, and as I said before, we are about 40 feet or 50 feet or so, so there will not be an impact on that. In San Francisco, we built a tunnel which is 7 feet below the existing bar under Market Street. So technically it can be done. And obviously we are going to do instrumentation and monitoring if you do the job, do instrumentation and monitoring to assess the impact if there is any settlement of the existing track, and then make an adjustment accordingly.
Right. Well, and I also understand there's their own bridge abutment, for the bascule bridge that's not going away. So we still have all the infrastructure related to the existing bascule bridge.
Right.
And making sure that whatever depth they have for the foundation of that bridge is not impacted by whatever we're doing. So.
We need to address that as we advance the design. Absolutely. Okay. I mean, that's how we're going to handle that.
As we speak. There you go. It's show and tell.
Okay, again, this is, and as you can see, these are, by the way, each line is 10 feet. So we are about 10, 20, 30, 35 feet below the existing tracks. As we get toward the north segment, the easternmost track will merge to the western one, and we will have a single bore tunnel. And the reason for that, because there are 3 tracks at that location, and one of them, to bypass the station, the freight track will go to the east and so on. So in order to be able to build this one, we need to take one of the 3 tracks out, and we develop a system in which we will be able to operate these 2 tracks by putting switches between them and this track further at the location of the station. So it'll always be having the Brightline and FSCR will have always 2 tracks to operate while you're building this construction here. And we will continue north with the approach structure, which accommodate both tracks up to the 6th Street, and beyond that will meet the grade. We'll put the switches further out here in order to be able to come back to the center tracks, which are the existing tracks right now.
So to the commissioner's question from before, so the green shaded area, that's when the train is underground, and where the green area ends, that's when the train comes above ground?
Correct. That will be at grade, and this is what we call them a U-shape or approach structure, which is 2 walls, bottom slab, but no roof. The red one is when we put the cover on top of it.
Okay, so which street is that it's intersecting with?
This is 6th
Street. Okay.
6th Street.
So an adjustment could be made if we wanted to avoid 6th Street altogether, correct? I mean,
Well,
if
there's a crossing
avoiding
at 6. There's a crossing at 6. The
At-
question is, can
at
you
6,
eliminate that?
At 6, we'll be at grade, at the street level.
I know, but you're at grade, you're intersecting with vehicular traffic. If
That-
we wanted to,
as it
if we
is
wanted
today.
to, if we wanted to avoid Sixth Street, we could, I mean, this is just a preliminary study,
Right,
obviously.
right.
So any adjustment can be made north, south, or whatever, if we
Right.
want to avoid certain streets, right?
Correct.
Okay,
I mean,
just-
we can extend it and daylight somewhere here instead of before 6th Street.
Okay.
Now, this area, by the way, there are, obviously somebody's going to say, how are we going to build it? There is this area, which we think, we know that it's owned by the city, and this will become the staging for the tunneling for all the activities. We're going to do the tunneling. We can do the tunnel from the north to the south because this is city-owned property that can be used as a staging area and for the excavation.
That's a park. You're going
That's
to use a park as a staging area?
That's the Sixth Trunk Park.
Right.
We're gonna use
It
the
is.
park for the
I think you
staging
need to go
area.
talk to folks in the neighborhood about that.
Well,
But-
temporary,
but it
temporary.
You know, I'm listening to this. I'm already dealing with the fact you're calling it Sixth Street and it's actually Sixth Trunk Boulevard. Now you're telling me you're going to use Sixth Trunk Park for the staging area.
Yeah,
Okay.
so the staging area is considered only during the construction period, and the idea would be that after the construction, the park is returned to the city as a newly developed park back to the community, and hopefully a better developed park. We have kind of identified 2 locations which can be utilized as part of this because obviously we want it to be as accurate in terms of how, while we develop our route map for the tunnel, where is the right of way which will have an impact, or what additional property would be needed for construction activities. So one location is this one, and then the other one. Yeah.
Let me ask the question regarding the park. I don't know. I know I haven't asked the question. Just coming to the conversation now. Will the park be subject to intimate domain? Is this part of the area that's being considered to be intimate domain? Is that part of your study?
No,
What are we looking at
no.
for that area?
It is only for temporary staging where the construction offices and equipment can be stored, and that's about it. And construction materials will be stored, that's about it. It is not to be taken out or to enforce any eminent domain on the city's property. But because we believe that this project is of so much importance, this property should be considered by the city administration to be made part of the project if this is as per the proposed plan. The other location that we have identified is before the Southwest 7th Street.
That's Hardy Park.
That's Hardy Park, right?
Yes.
So have you ever met Friends of Southside and Hardy Park?
But
Oh, Lord.
Now, how much time are you talking about?
Well, it's just temporary, folks.
I know,
mean,
how much time are we talking about for that?
Actually,
we're talking about
Not
Commissioner,
acceptable.
Commissioner,
Temporary is not
just,
acceptable.
let me just answer this question here. Since we are going to be doing the construction from the north to the south, tunneling is always a linear operation. So this park will not be used except maybe putting along somewhere on the edge if we can get some access to it to put some sort of trailers or something like that. Because the only work that needs to be done here are this portion and the switches. As to the park on the north,
Sixth Trunk Park.
that's, yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't know the name. But this is going to be, either this property can be, this park can be a temporary construction staging area, which would be about maybe 4 years or so. Or if there is this property, which is privately owned, again, it can be potentially leased for the duration of the construction, again, to be used as, and I think this is like a used car or, I don't know, it looks like from the
It's a
surface.
commercial use.
Commercial use, right. But it can be leased. None of those properties are needed on the long term, on the permanent. Everything is during construction only. And that is the intent here, is not to have any permanent property acquisition along the alignment or adjoining to the alignment.
Just one quick
And
question.
remind us, how long is the estimated time of construction?
For this tunnel, we think it's about from the day of notice to proceed for the contractor is going to be about maybe 3 to 4 years.
So the park would not be accessible for 3 to 4 years.
The park will be needed for the beginning of the work until we get the tunnel work is done, and then it can become returned during that period. Regarding the construction period, you ask about 3 to 4 years, but there is a lot of the track work that needs to be done and all other aspects, but the civil work will be much shorter than that.
Vice Mayor, I think it's just been made as a suggestion because it's technically city-owned land. It's not like it's a requirement that this is the only area. I think the gentleman pointed out another site that we could lease out during the construction period, because I know there's some sensitivity, obviously, and understandably, about taking away open space from the public. So I would not be in favor of that either. So, we'll work out options as we go forward.
Yeah, understand, excuse me, I'm losing my voice here a little bit, but understanding, trying to get clarity of the timelines that's being suggested. Excuse me, I did hear the other option as well, of the commercial piece. Just understanding for everyone to understand what the options are and what's being proposed. So that's why I'm asking how long, and green space, we're not in support of that being the number one option.
Mayor, I also wanted to just mention, I believe if we look at a bridge option, would there not be staging areas for a bridge?
Well, clearly,
anywhere along the project?
Well, I can't answer that, but obviously, I guess
can't-
common sense would suggest
But even with that, I'm sorry, Glassman, in components with that, in that conversation, we need to be mindful where we consider staging for this.
Without a doubt.
That's my conversation.
No.
I know that there will be a project, there will be a need for staging and doing what needs to be done, but being more selective and being more cautious of what land we are suggesting or supposing.
Totally agree. I'm not going to disagree with you, Vice Mayor. I'm just going to say that this is something that we've had to sometimes bite the bullet and do. Not very far from Sistrunk Park, which, by the way, is in District 2, just so my colleagues understand. It's not District 3, it's District 2. We have recently seen staging areas not far from here in Peter Feldman Park for a lot of the infrastructure work that we've been doing. It's just sometimes an unfortunate circumstance. We try to make the best of it, but I just want to make sure that we understand that a bridge is not going to be built without staging areas anywhere either. So we have to make the best of it moving forward, but I'm very cognizant of those arguments. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to be very clear for the commission. By no means is this a determined factor, right? One of the things I asked BDO is to make sure that there are options and in close proximity to the portals of the tunnel. Are there other options? Can we get farther out and haul materials back and forth? Absolutely. But again, we just wanted to at least illustrate that there could be potential impacts around the construction site.
Okay, please proceed.
This is just south of the 6th Street. The two tracks are going combined into the approach structure, again within the right-of-way. And this is the alignment summary for the two tracks, including the U-shape, the cut and cover, the TBM tunnel, and the double tracks, and so on. So the total length, as we start descending down until you reach the ground on the other side, is 1.146 miles. The TBM tunnel is 3,500 feet, so about 0.6 mile. So that is what we are looking at it. Looking at the view from the north, again, what you will see, the various colors is intended to show that it is all within the railroad right-of-way. and again, view from the south, again, all within the railroad right-of-way. With that, I finish my presentation. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? Oh, please come back. By the way, thank you very much for being here on behalf of the city. I know it's stressful, but I welcome you here to our city. The original tunnel that we were looking at was 1.7, 1.8 mile long, and yours is about 1.1. So an opportunity just to, just to discuss.
I'm sorry to state, you want to show the other?
Yes, I can show you the details.
Sure, please feel free to. Thank
The
you.
presentation?
Working documents.
Working documents, yes.
Okay.
What are we looking at now?
So, Mayor, this is the working documents that I referenced earlier, the materials that we're looking to put in the final report that weren't ready for a presentation, but given the magnitude of tonight's voting, we have it available for your preview.
Well, we don't have this now, though.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, I mean, whatever vote we take tonight, we have to decide. I mean, I don't think tonight's vote was intended to be the drop-dead date for what we're doing. I think it was just a discussion, and we were going to pass a resolution as to what the commission prefers. But obviously, there's going to be a lot more information we're going to require, a lot more work that needs to be done. And the preliminary estimates that you're going to provide to us, I think we all agree are back of the napkin right now because of the short period of time in which you had to conduct this analysis, and it's unfair for us to expect you to come up with a detailed conclusion. But I appreciate all the hard work you did. I know the whole commission does. The hard work you did just trying to get something today. So at least we had a framework or parameters or a range of numbers so that we could digest those, as we try to make our decisions tonight. So please proceed.
Thank you. So just to share, these are some of the South Portal entry points.
Speak up a little.
These are the South Portal entry point. We wanted to show more 3D, more clarity with a 3D view. The two are tunnel portals coming in from the south. And this is the one which is from the north portal.
On whose property are these tracks?
These are all within the FECR right-of-way.
Okay, so you're not taking any other private?
Any right-of-way, and you can see clearly the existing tracks continue to operate during construction and after construction as well.
Okay.
So there is no impact on any of the existing FECR tracks at all.
But there's also no impact on private property?
There is no impact on private property. There is no requirement for any right-of-way acquisition as well, additional.
Okay.
Other than the staging, which would be required, but that will be temporary. We have done this sort of a comparison as part of when we were looking at different options. We looked at the summary of reports which were presented, and just to share with you, the Corradino report had the tunnel length of 2.5 miles total from the start to the end. The HDR report, which was in 2021, had 2.76 miles of tunnel length with 1.8 miles of TBM length. And when you compare it with this, the TBM length is 1.8 versus the current proposed, which is 0.67 miles of TBM length. Mm-hmm. So it is 1/3 of the total size of the bridge. Yes.
Yes. I just can't see.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, there is so much data, and we just, this was a sort of a working draft. Yeah. And the White House one, which was done by Jacobs, is 3.25 miles. We're still working to get the exact TBM length, but this is what we gathered from the report. We have traced back each and every document data from the sources, from which page number, which line item we have actually picked up all of this. But this is sort of a summary for everyone to, at least for you to have a more clearer version. of what work has been done, what reports have, and what data do you have to make a decision.
And so what is your ballpark figure as to what the project as you are suggesting today would come in at? Well, let him answer my question.
He was at the 3.2, that's a 1.7 times 2 bore, is that it?
No. I'm sorry, Commissioner, that's not what was written in the report. Actually, okay. Why is not moving? Oh, it got moved from here. Okay. This is directly out of the White House report. Okay, and it says here North Portal and South Portal, and indicated to be 3.25 miles. This is the river, and we propose roughly approximately where our river, the river here.
I think
and this is where we start, and this is where we end.
Nasri,
okay.
When we questioned those folks at the White House group, they said that the 3.25 miles was the combined total of the two tunnels. 1.7 each direction.
Mr. Mayor, I was listening to that,
yeah.
And I believe what they were referring to is the tunnel boring machine, TBM, as 1.75 to add up to 1.8 the length.
Yeah, we can show you the exact source of data we have picked up from. It's basically technical memorandum number 3, page number 7, where they mention 3.25 miles as the total length. And most likely it's the TBM length under construction, which is, but not the total portal length. The total portal length is 3.25.
So where do the two portals empty out on the north side and the south side from the White House analysis?
I believe this is the location, which is south of Davie and
in north of Sunrise?
Yeah, southwest of 15th Street, South Portal, and the North Portal south of Sunrise.
South of Sunrise.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, continue.
Yeah. Oh, that's no good.
Which one? Okay. So, again, and I believe one of the reasons that they were, again, you can see this is the profile, this is from the White House report. Again, it shows 3.25 mile, and it is at the location of the station is about 75 feet from the surface. Comparison to the layout that we developed, we are 1.15 miles, and the station is about 55 feet from the surface, with the TBM tunnel to be 0.67 miles. Frankly, I don't know why they had to go all the way to the south to start, but that's how it is right now. We will not have any impact on the rail operation, no impact on the utilities, and no impact on the street closure, minor impact on the utilities and so on. So we are staying below that. What I did also, this is Sunday work. What I did is I used the same numbers, or actually the same work element according to the FTA, same as what the White House did, and which is the guideway and track, which is the tunnel, the stations, the site work, railroad system, and so on and so forth. And there I put the HDR numbers, which are the FDOT, and the White House, which are Jacobs, and our estimate. Right now we are doing the level 4 construction cost estimate, but we see that the numbers, because we are shorter, the numbers are going to be less than that. For example, the tunnel itself, portal to portal, when we start descending, start coming out, the HDR had 839 million, White House has 705. Our number is going to be between 300 and 350 million because we are shorter, and it is in line with the White House estimate per linear foot. The stations and the terminals, they are, HDR had them at 88 million. White House had it at 303. And because it is much deeper, we're going to be higher, and we're going to use a different construction methodology, which is sequential excavation method rather than a cut and cover. We anticipate it's going to be between 200 and 250. The site work, again, in HDR had 86 million. The White House had 274 million, but there are several unsubstantiated costs. For example, they had 27 million for utilities, which we don't think we're going to need any of that or fraction of that at most. Hazmat, we are going to be below any potential areas that could have hazardous material, because any hazardous material will be on the surface. They have $198 million for temporary facilities. Since we are not impacting the existing railroad operations, so we're not going to have a temporary facilities to provide for the railroad to continue operating. The temporary facilities that we're going to have are trailers and storage material. So we're going to be estimated between $30 and $50 million. Railroad system, again, HDR had 190 million. Jacobs had 86 million. Ours, because it is shorter, is going to be $40 to $50 million. This is more like the tracks and the signals and so on. So we are in line with BDO's estimate. Professional services, HDR had 350 million. White House had 452 million. We don't think that the cost is going to be that high, because most of the costs associated with the engineering services and any of the soft costs for the tunnel is related. The majority of the cost of construction of the tunnel is the excavation. And you do not need a lot of engineering to excavate, okay? Usually they are used as a percentages of the total of the construction cost. So we think that is going to be between 25 and 30% of the construction cost. So because again, the major construction cost for tunnel is really the excavation material. Contingencies, again, FDOT had the percentage, had $391 million, which is the R number. The White House had $783 million, $1 billion in contingency on $1 billion project. It doesn't make sense. So HDR used 25%, the White House used 40%. We propose to use 30% on the construction, because if we don't add the soft cost, we don't add the engineering cost on the contingency, because whether you are designing a tunnel which is 25-foot diameter or 30-foot diameter or 20-foot diameter is the same design. You're not going to spend more money because the project is bigger. So we are proposing 30%, and that between 170 and 210. And the total cost, we see that our number is going to be between, in today's dollars, between 880 million to 1.085 billion.
And what did you say the start to finish timetable would be? Did you say 4 years?
The construction is about four years. The total, because you're going to need the project development, design, permit, and so on, is going to be about a total of about 7 to 8 years.
Okay.
Okay. So based on that, if we take the total cost of 2023 for HDR is about 1.9 billion. White House is 2.6. Ours between 880 to 1.085. If we add the right-of-way, the HDR had at $148 million. The White House, they said they did not estimate the right-of-way, but there was no reference to it, so it's supposed to be there somewhere. In our estimate, we will not need any private right-of-way, so we have $0. If we take the probable construction cost, because what you see, our numbers are still in ranges right now because we are in the midst of doing the construction cost estimate. So we are talking about $980 million. Take that $980 million, escalate it to mid-year of construction, we're talking between 1 to $1.34 billion.
Okay.
Let me make sure I understand that. So you're saying that 1 million in today is 1.3 billion. I'm sorry, 1 billion in today is 1.3 billion in 8 years.
So it's the year of expenditure. The year of expenditure would be the midpoint when you, from today's to basically the project development cycle.
So what inflation are you using for that? Because we just went from 100 to 142 million in 2 years on our police station. So help me understand that one.
Okay.
Pardon my professional skepticism.
The industry, first of all, the last 2 to 3 years should not be taken as example for the rest of, for many, many years.
For your lips to God's ears.
Yeah, I know, and I agree with you on that. It is, we're using 5% per year, compounded, and the reason for that, because the high costs were mainly associated with material. The steel went through the roof, concrete went through the roof. The cost of the tunnel is mainly excavation of the soil. So it is mainly equipment and labor, and that is not changing a lot. On the other hand, if you are building something high-rise, yeah, of course, because the steel went about 20%. But we don't not using steel. For the concrete, for the liner, the thickness of the concrete wall for the tunnel itself, the circular one is 12 inches. So there isn't much of material to be used there. And that's why we're using about 5% escalation per year.
And I'll note, even if you do use, I mean, every project's going to have it. So even if you went apples to apples and said bridge acceleration or a tunnel, we're going to have some sort of acceleration there. So if you use current dollars, it gives you an order of magnitude.
No, agreed. But in every public works project, and I use this analogy all the time, since they built the pyramids, they have always been undersold as a way to buy community approval.
Sure.
Okay, and I don't care which project you're talking about. You want to talk about the train out in California? You want to talk about the Big Dig? You want to talk about the Tweed Courthouse in the 1830s? Every single public works project is underestimated because it's the only way you get community approval to do it. I tell people all the time, it costs 3 times as much and takes 4 times as long. So I've been doing this for 25 years, and I've never seen a public works project that's come in on time and on budget yet. So, except your Miami project tunnel, right there you go.
Well, that is one of them, and the other one is the one that I alluded to previously, which is the Istanbul Strait crossing. It was $1.3 billion, 3.5, actually 5 kilometer total, 3.5 under the bay itself. And it came 3 months ahead of schedule, and it came about 10% below the budget, what they had, and it was done as a P3.
But they don't have our permitting problems.
No, has nothing to do with the permit. That was when they had the approval and they started doing the work. And this is the construction effort in the sense. Yes, it might take a couple of years to get the approval, but that's a different story.
Commissioner, are you aware of the book, How Big Things Get Done? Have you read it? Or I highly recommend it if you haven't. It's a great book that gets into a lot of those issues and how you
So the only person who's ever been able to build projects well is Robert Moses, because he doesn't care and he bulldozes everybody, okay? My dad was head of construction contracts for New York City for 25 years. I'm intimately familiar with construction projects in the public sector.
So I wanted to kind of bring this together, and obviously if there are more questions, we want to be here.
Let me ask a question, if anybody wants to go forward. the cost, obviously, is a big differential, and I think there's two reasons for that, and they're actually very related. Number one is the length and being much shorter. And how do they accomplish that? It looks like the main crux is it's not as deep. And if you look at the White House study and the FDOT and all, they say from the grade level to the bottom is 80 feet, figuring 30 feet for the bottom of the river, 25 feet buffer, and another 25 feet diameter. I see that your length is a lot shallower, so I just wanted to know if you wanted to comment about that. This is how you...
Yeah. The technology of tunneling has advanced significantly in the last, I would say, 15 years or so, with the new ability to have special tunnel boring machines and so on. And the rule of thumb used to be that you need to stay below the surface by 1 to 2 diameter of the tunnel. Right now, we are able to do staying within less than half a diameter of the tunnel, because the machine itself is like a factory. It's doing the work in such a way that will minimize any ground losses. They usually used to have 1 to 2 diameter of the tunnel above it, so if there is any material coming, any ground loss, it will not impact the surface. But because the new machines is capable of controlling the pressure and controlling the ground loss, therefore we'll be able to reduce that. Yes, we raised the profile. By raising the profile, we are able to shorten it.
Any other questions of these gentlemen?
So when we were with you before Thanksgiving, one of the things we said is that we were brought in by the administration both to look at what tunnel alternatives were there and what had been proposed so far and the bridges. And so we began to try and do this to give you normalized data that you can operate from. That's why we put together the spreadsheet, which not only lists the data, but can tell you exactly what page, what verse in each of those reports is there. Because you guys have a big decision. And Commissioner Herbst is right. These things are big dollars, and you want to know that what you're committing to is what you're actually going to spend, and that your community's not going to be on the hook for something. And so we're at the beginning of this, and this is obviously just the initial stage that we wanted to share with you. And you'll see in all this data, though, the beginning of something that you can really take and have a conversation and have your community conversation and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? You're good. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I've got a sort of a general question about this, though, because, one of the things that I had asked for last time is for all of our engineers to kind of get together so that we can, sort of have a meeting of the minds.
Well,
And I'm kind of surprised about this one, though, because now, again, we have a singular presentation. And as we've talked about before, you're an attorney. That's why you have judges to, find an agreement or disagreement between attorneys. Accountants have the same thing. Doctors have the same thing. So we have been presented with a variety of different engineering solutions, all of which seem to point us in slightly different directions. And without a vigorous back and forth between the various alternatives and the individuals who have done the engineering and financial analysis behind them, I find myself struggling. So I do a lot of statistical work, okay? It's a big part. I'm talking to BDO now. So, right? So I'm a CPA. I do statistical analysis as part of my audit process. And when I have an outlier, I throw it out. This is an outlier, okay? This is inconsistent with the other 4 reports that we've had so far. And I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is I'm skeptical when I see something that is substantially different in terms of scope and costs and time from everything else we've been looking at for the last 4 years. And particularly when I get this at 11:59, Basically, this is the last hour kind of substitution for everything that we've seen from everybody else that we've hired and worked with, who have all taken, I think White House worked on this for 9 months. you've worked on it, admittedly, and God bless you for doing it, for a couple of weeks, and you've produced a report, and I know you've moved heaven and earth to get there, and thank you for doing that, because I know I pushed you guys kind of hard at the last meeting to try and get something to us in January, so you stepped up. I'm sure your team worked right through the holidays to get this done, and I appreciate that. But my concern is that I want somebody else to look at this, because engineering is not my area of expertise. You know, the financial side of it certainly is. I'm happy to work through your numbers with you. I'll do that all day long and enjoy it. But, you know, who else is going to look at this now and give me some comfort?
What you're saying has great merit, and I think that they're more than happy to have a peer review of their analysis.
Well, I wish we had had that today, though. I wish we had had the other groups here today.
I'm not. You're right, and I think as the process continues, we should continue to have evaluate these numbers and to critique them. But keep in mind one thing. You know, when FDOT first came to us, they estimated the tunnel at 3.8 to 4.2 billion. Mm-hmm. Then when we questioned them, we meaning people from the engineering world, the contracting world, that we were able to connect through people in the community, all of a sudden even their own analysis was cut in half. Mm-hmm. So you know, it's perplexing to see that,
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
So I think a lot of what they did was they changed the scope of the project, which brought the price down significantly. And I think that, you know, that alone is enough to suggest that maybe when these folks came to us and asked me, I said, guys, go out there and give us a price. He said, Nasri said, well, give us a price for what? What is the scope of the work? Mm-hmm. So when they started their presentation, they outlined all the different things that they wanted to accomplish with their presentation today. And I think you accomplished it remarkably, okay? The price is always going to be in a question. We don't know the price. I mean, but you gave us a ballpark figure, and we're not going to hold you to 3.4 billion. You know, we're not holding you to that. Just like we're not holding White House Group to their numbers. Those were estimates. I mean, a lot of the things that are going to be part of their estimate, like real estate takings from private properties that were not included in their estimate, is a big number. If you go to a lot of developers are sitting in this room today, or representatives, mm-hmm. and they're very concerned about their projects, which are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, are going to be taken from them by the government. And that is a cost factor that can't be ignored. Where you present something that says, hey, we're leaving everybody alone. We're just going to use the right-of-way of the existing railroad tracks, and we're going to be able to work around them. We're going to be able to merge with them at each portal. I mean, I think it's genius. I never even thought of that.
But there's two assumptions in here, Mayor, that I would like, you know, some validation on, because they're inconsistent with what I've read in all of our other reports. So the first one is about the depth between the riverbed bottom and where the tunnel is. So in one report that we've had, it should be 25 feet. I believe yours is 15 feet. And so this
is the depth of the river?
The depth from the bottom of the riverbed to where the tunnel is. Right. So that has to do with the depth of the tunnel.
Right.
The depth of the tunnel has to do then with the grade of the tunnel.
Right.
So the other part is there's a 4% grade here, which I've read somewhere else is inconsistent with commuter rail, that it should be a more shallow grade. So these are things where I've read one thing and you're presenting another. And again, not my area of expertise, but I read a report that says has to be less than 4%. You've got a 4% grade in there for commuter rail. And so...
Commissioner, two things. Number one, this configuration and this layout and the grades all meeting the FRA requirements and were cleared with a bright line. We showed them the same thing that you saw. And 4%, it is actually 3.9 something. It is for a distance of less than 600 feet. It is allowed by code, by guidelines, to be in a short distance to be 4%. The rest of the alignment, it's 3% or less. Obviously, that configuration cannot accommodate freight. Freight is usually limited to 1 to 1.5%. Right. So that's why we were able to do it. And as I said, we're not doing things that would be arbitrary. we are doing it in accordance with code, with standard, with guidelines. And one more point I would like to point out regarding the cost estimate. As you notice from our comparison, they are in line with the other consultants per linear foot. The only difference is, as the mayor said, we shrunk it. Instead of being 3¼ miles, it is 1.15 miles. That's all.
Right, but the shrinking has to do with the depth. If you were deeper
Absolutely.
down, you couldn't shrink it.
Absolutely.
Because then your grade would be even steeper. So, if I may, though, and again, I'm speaking to my accounting colleague over there. So you've just made an assertion, okay, and we don't accept assertions. My obligation is to validate your assertion. I either need to reperform that or have an independent third party that can confirm that. So you're making an assertion, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. What I'm saying is until I have either independently verified that with a third party or retested it myself, which I'm not going to do.
Which assertion is this?
The assertion about the grade and the depth. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is you're the only person that said that to me so far. So I need to verify this with somebody else. That's all.
So more than happy to,
That's
Commissioner Herbst, if we can be of any help, we are happy to talk to any other consultant that you assign to discuss, share information, and get them, seek their input on the design as well. I just want to share, sometimes we as consultants are bound by the scope which has been provided to us, and that scope sometimes limits us. We understand from White House and Jacobs why the length would be longer is because they were doing a cost updation rather than a tunnel design study. So that might have been an impeding one.
That's a big difference.
And our scope was to find an alternate solution which might resolve which basically the criteria which was presented to you in the beginning.
Agreed. And that's part of the problem is that we are the ones that gave White House that scope. That was our scope to them. We hired them, so that was our scope. So if there's any difference in the scope of work that you were tasked with and the scope of work that they were tasked with, we wrote the scope.
Thank you so much.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I've met several times with representatives from Brightline, and they couldn't make it the last few meetings, but they are here today. I was wondering if...
maybe they can corroborate some of those
Ben,
statements.
would you want to just...
Ben, are you here?
Yeah, Ben's right there. If you want to just...
Ben, we were told that you were part of the consulting of this issue.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Push the button.
Good afternoon. I'm not an engineer, so I don't know how long you'll want me up here, but I'll do my best.
Just say yes or no.
Yeah, exactly.
So the question is that BDO had consulted with Brightline as to the authenticity of the difference in gradient, and that the gradient used here in this analysis is within the code that's permitted. And we wanted to know, do you know anything about those conversations?
I was not part of those discussions, but in having those with our team, Mike Segalis and others, 3% is the number that we've talked about internally. So I would say, I think maybe the best way to handle, this team with BDO is, nothing should be taken in the amount of time that they've spent with Brightline as us signing off on any of this. I think it's initial discussions that we've had. We want to be supportive. We want to be helpful, whether we're talking about a tunnel or a bridge. The number of the gradient that we've heard and discussed internally from our engineers is 3%.
Would that, again, I think it was based on the distance, right? Isn't that what you indicated? Didn't you say that?
Well, I
think
the longer distance provides for a shallower gradient.
Correct.
Right.
But the gradient determines the distance. It's not the other way around. So you don't start off by saying I want to do this in 50 feet, and then what grade gets me there.
I see what you're saying.
The gradient that's acceptable for the safe operation of the train then drives the distance of the tunnel.
That would be
so
right.
We'll need to get some verification.
Correct.
Okay.
And
Any other questions, Commissioner
Thank
Sherman?
you very much for your support of this project. I can't tell you how much I do appreciate it, you and the whole Brightline team. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. That was easy. Okay.
So there are a number of people who've signed up to speak, and Ben, do you want to wrap this up?
Yeah, I just wanted to actually seek direction, Mayor, if there is the opportunity for us to bring another consultant in now to do a peer review when their study's done. Is that what the commission's asking?
We're probably going to ask that of you at some point. but not yet, because I think we want to first hear from the community, and then the commission will have its discussion as to next steps.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anyone have any other questions of Mr. Rogers? Okay, there being none, I'm going to call your names 3 at a time. Excuse me. And I'll try to take just like a couple of minutes, if you could. Genia Ellis, followed by Alan Hooper, followed by Patricia Zeiler. Sorry for my... Sorry, Jeannie, your 2 minutes are up. No, I'm just kidding.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission, City Manager, staff, visitors. I'm speaking to you on behalf of Riverwalk Fort Lauderdale. As you have seen today, a tunnel dramatically affects downtown. It especially affects the Riverwalk. The proposed tunnels or bridges come directly through our area. What you just saw, starting at Southwest 7th, going to Northwest 6th, is the Riverwalk District. We would love for the city to continue to look at the tunnel options. We believe that's a more appropriate means for the welfare of downtown. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you can have my extra minute.
Thank you. Alan Hooper, did you write a letter to the editor or something today?
Yes, I did. Thank you, commissioners. It's nice to see you. The report to me was very eye-opening. To me, it was incredible. You have the way they figured out how to maneuver the tunnels so that you're not taking real estate. To imagine being able to get commuter rail through Fort Lauderdale and then it disappearing, for it not to be in sight, no impacts to utilities, and just taking the visibility of 100 trains 365 days a year out of sight and below ground through what is essentially a residential downtown is an amazing solution. I'm not sure that the county's reports have been fully engineered, so there should be questions for their reports. And I think that this is at least an opportunity to start the dialogue and to hopefully, as a city, together, we decide that this is the locally preferred alternative, and we go to the county and work with the county and try to figure out a way to finance what I think is a way better solution for my hometown, and then we can deliver a commuter rail system that helps the likes of Hollywood and Pompano and others. So I'm very hopeful. I appreciate, and I also believe that the report was professionally delivered. I don't question the validity of it or the fact that these engineers have done so many other projects in the past. I think that it gives it credence. So I really appreciate the work that you guys did, and I hope that we can all put our differences aside and hopefully work together, because I think that this is the best thing for our hometown. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Zeiler, followed by Patrick Scott, followed by Marilyn Mamano.
Okay, that's good. Mayor, Commissioners, sorry. I'm going to read a statement from my Board of Directors. I'm Patricia Zeiler, Executive Director, Fort Lauderdale Historical Society. The Fort Lauderdale Historical Society has been the guardian for the past 61 years of our city's heritage, including its huge collection of artifacts, manuscripts, books, photographs, and other materials that permit us to exhibit and educate locals and visitors, young and old, about how Fort Lauderdale and Broward County came to be. That's a heavy burden made easier by the city's willingness to entrust us with 5 buildings on the north bank of the New River on Southwest 2nd Avenue, what everyone calls the historic district. It is historic indeed, with the first permanent settler, Mr. Stranahan, initially chose a home site at the crossing of the ferry he'd been assigned to operate. The village was founded, though, and grew up a half a mile west, where the FEC tracks crossed the railroad in 1896. The New River Inn, one of the small handful of Fort Lauderdale buildings on the National Register of Historic Places, hosted the first community meetings, the first dances, the first religious services. The Bryan homes were placed around the inn and the next most important structures in the area. The King Cromartie House was moved there from across the river. A reproduction of the first schoolhouse has hosted hundreds of thousands of children on tours, and our campus has been the center of historical celebrations for decades. The shady street and campus had been a quiet stopping place on the Riverwalk strolls, and but for the stewardship of the properties might otherwise have been another high-rise development. Our board has voted to support only a tunnel, not a bridge, for the passenger railroad crossing of the river, and here's why. The bridge would be very tall, supported by very large pylons, much larger than the artist renderings. One only needs to compare the artist renderings of Miami's I-95 and I-395 projects to the completed works to see that things never turn out as verdant and pedestrian-free as the project. A bridge is not really a good name for it, since only a tiny fraction of the span will be over the water. An overpass is more accurate. It's a 2-mile-plus long row of pilings, something that has divided the community throughout the country in the interstate highway era and fostered 50 years of blight along the path of the Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard flyover at the tracks there. The sad legacy of the FEC tracks as a racial divide hangs over our history, and even the newest sweeps of the overpasses in Broward, Palm Beach, and Miami-Dade counties leave the land underneath either fenced off or too cramped for practical use. A bridge is a solution to crossing a river, but a tall bridge with a very low grade is simply the centerpiece of an overpass that will further divide the east side from, quote, the west side of the tracks, unquote. Our buildings suffered from the pile driving during the construction of the towers east of us. We are fearful that the King Cromartie House will come off its piers and that the New River Inn and the Philemon Bryan home, built of homemade rusticated concrete blocks in 1905, will not survive the kind of beating that bridge construction will require. If, as we have heard, the bridge construction could in no manner take place above the current tracks, but rather must be placed completely to the west of the current grade, and if the setbacks we observe for the overpasses apply to this proposed bridge, then our street will have to be closed, perhaps permanently. Miami's pioneer buildings have had few visitors since the downtown flyover was built over the park where they were in the city of Miami has given up and padlocked the entire park. We have very few historic buildings left in Fort Lauderdale, and we are fortunate to have them in a park-like setting where the town was born. We realize that the choice of a tunnel is a very expensive one. It is a choice the city made with regard to US 1 crossing in the 1950s. And the city has never regretted that choice. Please take the time to complete the studies necessary to make a fully informed decision about the tunnel alternative and the exact placement and all effects of the bridge. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Patrick Scott, followed by Marilyn Mamano, followed by Nadege LeBlanc. Excuse me.
Thank you, Commissioners. I only need 30 seconds, I think, because I wrote that letter. I'm the president of the Fort Lauderdale Historical Society, but I speak on my own behalf, too, as a native of Fort Lauderdale and somebody whose family came to that railroad station and visited those buildings over 100 years ago. The problem is that this row of pilings never looks the way the artist renderings do. They divide communities. They create barriers that transcend just the physical barriers. And you will end up, as has been shown everywhere else where this has been done, with the equivalent of a wall, even if it's pilings. That's my feeling about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Mamano, followed by Nadej LeBlanc, followed by Brucey Cummings.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. Marilyn Mamano. I am, just to be clear, speaking on my own behalf, okay? This is a very interesting conversation because we are not the decision makers on this issue. We are actually the supplicants. And I have seen a presentation this morning, the first time I've seen this, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out that if you build a tunnel that's steeper and shallower, it's going to be shorter and cost less money. Of course, the downside is that you don't get any relief on Davie and Sistrunk and Sunrise for the traffic. But we're not here to design a bridge tonight. Nobody's going to design a bridge at this public meeting. What we need to do, if we're going to move the tunnel forward as a preferred alternative, is we need to talk to the decision makers. We need to take this information right here, preliminary as it is, and we need to go back to the county and work in a collaborative way with them and say, look, I know you guys are going to make a decision in February. Do you have the willingness to sit down with our consultant, BDO, and look at this and see if this is something y'all would be interested in? You know, FDOT may not agree with the proposal here. They may say, okay, I understand that you can use this new technology, and I understand that you can go 3% according to code, but we're not going to buy into that. If any of the decision makers are not going to buy into this proposal, I don't think that we should be spending any more money on this. We should be working with the county, with Brightline, and with FDOT to see if at the 11th hour they would be willing to go with this proposal. If yes, wonderful, let's go there. Everybody wants a tunnel, and there's nobody up here who doesn't want a tunnel, okay? But if they're not willing to go with it...
Well, there are people who don't want a tunnel.
That's not true. I think
Okay.
everybody, if you ask them, would say, of course, if a tunnel was possible and feasible in the county, we'd go for it. Why wouldn't we do a tunnel? But there's other concerns and considerations. So unless you do that, I think you're wasting your time, my time, everybody's time, and you would be wasting further city money on additional studies. Thank you.
Can I respond to that, though?
Sure. Why not?
I would like to think that that open-minded attitude exists at the county.
Well, not yet. No, you don't have to think so.
The thing is that, you know, at the excuse me, at the workshop that we had, I left with the understanding, based on statements that were made by the mayor, their mayor, and and other members of the commission, that the question was closed. They're not, they're not looking to conduct any further analysis.
But Mayor, if that is your considered opinion, where do you think we're going with this?
Well,
I don't think that that's my personal
I'll tell
opinion.
you.
I don't think that's the right attitude. We are the people who want the tunnel. We have come up with a plan, okay, that has some validity, some engineering behind it. I mean, these are not, these are credible people. But if you can't convince the county people, the county commissioners, that step back, guys. I mean, you've burned a lot of bridges, let's face it. You burned a lot of bridges with them, all right? But still, let's try going back to them. Let's go and work with them and see, okay, let's see if this might change their mind, even at the 11th hour.
Well,
hopefully, maybe that will. But if it doesn't, then there's a different decision that has to be made.
I think that was the purpose. You asked the question, what was the purpose of today's presentation?
Right.
That was the purpose of today's presentation, to put out to the public additional information. It's not, it shouldn't all be done, behind closed doors.
Nobody's saying behind closed doors, Mr. Mayor. The public is not going to make the decision. The county commission's going to make the decision. We got to take the information. I want to help you here. I want to get this done. Okay? So my suggestion is, if we're going to be practical, let's get all this information. Let's hustle it over to the county. Let's, even if we have to say pretty please, let's sit down and talk about this again. I know it'll kill you, but even if you have to do that, that's the way to go on this. Otherwise, we're just spinning our wheels and making people aggravated. So, again, that's my opinion.
Marilyn,
Thank you.
have you written to your county commissioner and urged them to look at all of these possibilities and these studies and consider the tunnel?
That would be a very good suggestion. Now that I've seen this, okay, based upon what I've seen previously, No, I wouldn't do it because I haven't seen this, okay? But based on the 11th hour here, I would certainly make an effort to go to my county commissioner, and all of you people who live here, you know who your county commissioner is, and say, look, please, 11th hour, I know where you're coming from, but look, last minute, let's take a look at this. And if FDOT will go with it, and if Brightline will go with it, I mean, maybe 3% is, you know, a figure they throw around, but when they get down to it, maybe it's not 3%. But yes, this is new information. But let's not spend any more money on any more information until we've had this conversation with them. Let's take January. Let's talk to them and see.
Okay.
If it's yes, it's yes. If it's no, it's no.
Okay.
Marilyn, thank you very much. I think you echo the sentiment of most people here that all things equal, I think we all would really like to see a tunnel. And the question is how to navigate that. I think that's the crux of what you're saying.
That is the crux of what I'm saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nadege LeBlanc, followed by Brucey Cummings, followed by Doug Kuhlman.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and residents of the City of Fort Lauderdale. My name is Nadege LeBlanc. I am the District Chief of Staff for Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, who represents Florida's 20th District. So this project would impact our district directly. The Congresswoman was not able to be here today, but I have a statement that she prepared to present to the Commission. Today, the Fort Lauderdale City Commission will make a decision that has implications for future generations. I urge the City of Fort Lauderdale to continue to explore the viability of a tunnel at the New River Crossing. A tunnel would yield tremendous benefits to communities in the region of the City of Fort Lauderdale, and the developers prioritize local needs, such as the creation of mixed-use workforce housing, green spaces for recreation, and new locations for small businesses. On the other hand, a bridge does not generate the same benefits for all communities. While building a bridge will be an easy, quick fix, it will burden communities for decades to come. A bridge will not only divide communities physically, but it will also exacerbate systemic inequalities. I also recognize the legitimate concerns regarding the cost of a tunnel. However, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law championed by the Biden-Harris administration, cities and counties now have access to unprecedented funding that can support local infrastructure projects. Now is the time to be forward-thinking and seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enhance our city's infrastructure while simultaneously creating jobs and economic growth. I urge local elected officials to move forward with a full feasibility study of the tunnel, which will allow for proper due diligence and provide the necessary information to make a well-informed decision.
Thank you.
Excuse me, thank you. And I appreciate that so much, and please extend that thank you to the Congresswoman. Has she communicated this exact writing to the county as well?
Not at this time. She does plan to start meeting with county commissioners, however.
Great, that would be so helpful.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the Congresswoman. Thank you. Brucey, followed by Doug Kuhlman.
Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor, I am speaking in behalf of the President of Tarpon River Civic Association, who asked me to step in for her. We thank you and your office for taking deliberate steps to ensure that the residents of all areas of the city are considered in this matter about the New River Crossing discussions. Please note that in January of 22, Tarpon River Civic Association, District 4, issued a position in support of a tunnel with robust green space above it wherever feasible. We appreciate the January 22nd resolution whereby the Commission unanimously supported a tunnel as the locally preferred alternative. In advance to this meeting, we'd like you to know that the Tarpon River Civic Association has not deviated from our past position, and we continue to support the locally preferred alternative, a tunnel, as opposed to a bridge as it relates to the New River Crossing. Thank you for ensuring all residents and associations have the opportunity to be heard and contribute to the future of Fort Lauderdale. We appreciate this. Thank you.
Brucey, quick question on that. So I read your statement earlier today about this robust green space. Where do we see robust green space taking place on this? Because this isn't the covering over of the roadway up in Boston that's going to create a linear park that didn't exist before. So what are you envisioning as a robust green space over the tunnel?
I think if there was to be green space, I mean, if there was an area, let's say along the Hardy Park, that we would use that space as more additional green space, that's all.
So you're talking about the right-of-way that's currently the railway line is now going to be green space that people would utilize for recreation?
Correct. And actually, with this whole new discussion today, I'm really excited about the possibility. This is much more in our liking, obviously, and we really want the commission to know that we support the mayor. I believe he sent out to all residences several years ago asking us what our preferred liking would be, whether it would be a bridge or a tunnel, and he got a lot of support. So I don't see him as acting outside of the residents in this community. I think he's been supporting us definitely in this, and I must say that I was really discouraged when I read the article that several of you were not supportive in a public way. Just, it's really undermining our mayor, and I'm not supportive of that.
Miss Brucey, if I may say, in regards to all the neighbors being reached out, at the time of the time that you would have said that letter would have been out and the mayor reached out, I was the HOA president for Historical Dorsey Riverbend, excuse me, and I never got anything about the tunnel. So I have to disagree with you with the approach of how the whole city was reached out and approached about the tunnel versus the bridge. So I'm just putting that on the record. Putting that on the record, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Kuhlman, followed by Ted and Sarah.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Doug Coleman, a land planner and landscape architect residing and practicing here since 1968. 3 years ago, the decision for a $500 million bridge or a $3 billion tunnel with totally different construction timeframes would have been the comparison. However, today the facts are much different. Since day one, many individuals, specifically the county, were mainly concerned with the cost of the construction for either a bridge or a tunnel and not much else. Today, the costs for the bridge, due to the necessity for extensive condemnation for more property to construct the bridge structure outside the railroad right-of-way, is also causing a much longer time frame for construction. The cost is now probably closer to south of $1 billion, assuming the property can be acquired and a project approved and built. The tunnel has been shortened and designed to a shallower depth, resulting in a tunnel that is estimated to also be just south of $1 billion to construct. For all practical purposes, there is now an insignificant difference in the funds required for a bridge versus a tunnel, especially in light of the excessive condemnation required for a bridge with its undeterminable associated construction cost and time frame for approvals and permitting. It's time for politics and special interest lobbyists to take a back seat and let common sense prevail. A tunnel is the only practical choice before you today. Let me leave you with one important thought. What would our downtown look like and feel like, our marine industry be worth, and our downtown traffic be like if our city forefathers had not voted for the then controversial Henry E. Kinney Tunnel versus a bridge? Thank you, and do the right thing for our downtown, its residents and visitors. In closing, the city needs to stay unanimously committed to the tunnel as the preferred alternative. And if the county chooses a bridge, That is their legacy, not yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted? Oh, there you are. And followed by Stephanie Toothaker. Just 1 second, Ted.
No problem.
Followed by Patrick Scott. You already spoke, right? Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ted Insera, and now for something completely different. Our choices are some mammoth bridge or some very expensive tunnel, because with that increase in the number of trains, 80 to 100 more trains a day, 12 more freight trains a day, it would hold up the boat traffic on the New River substantially, which is understandable. So we need to do something to keep the boat traffic flowing down the city. What I don't hear is, what about the flow in the city on State Road 84, on Davie Boulevard, on Southwest 17th Street, with this number of trains, and those crossings will be down all day. There will be no way. It's already a nightmare trying to get across them when these freight trains completely stop on the south side of town. Just add more empty trains. And trust me, there'll be more and more empty trains. Those crossings will just be going up and down all day. You will then, on east-west flow from Fort Lauderdale, will have to leave your house in the west an hour earlier to get across the railroad bridge. We're so concerned about the boating on New River, which I understand. This is Fort Lauderdale. We have an enormous boating economy here that we need to help them. But in my opinion, we don't need either a bridge, we don't need either a tunnel, because we don't need 80 more trains and 12 more freight trains. Thank you.
You had one supporter out there.
Actually, no, you've got a second one, Ted. So I thank you for bringing that up, because I think besides you, I'm the only one who keeps talking about the fact that there's more to Fort Lauderdale than crossing Broward Boulevard. I've got Cypress, I've got Commercial, I've got Oakland Park Boulevard, you've got 84, Davie, 17th Street, Pam has 6th Street and Sunrise Boulevard. And candidly, this doesn't fix any of that. My district is going to be impacted by those 100 trains a day. I keep hearing everybody talking about the noise of the trains. Guess what? Coral Ridge Isles is going to have to listen to 100 trains a day, and nothing here that we're talking about fixes the problems in District 1.
Except that there's going to be part of that conversation tonight, because there's a solution to that. And
There's a solution to 100 trains a day going through my district?
There's a solution to the... All right, I'll bring it up now. Sorry, Ted. Are you finished, Ted?
I believe so.
No, actually, I think we'd both like to know what that is, Mayor. Throw it out. Come on.
So we've discussed this before. The Florida Department of Transportation and NPO have, as well as the county, have discussed with the city about doing underpasses under these roads.
And who controls that money? The county, who we're about to thumb our noses at one more time.
No,
if you think we're going to get money out of the county after we do this to them, I think we've damaged our relationship with them substantially, and
it's FDOT. It's FDOT's money. It's not the county's money.
The MPO money and the surtax money goes through the county, right?
But that's not where it would be funded from. We'll discuss it tonight,
okay.
But I just want you to be aware that it was the state money that's being offered to build those underpasses.
Okay, because I'm going to tell you, without an east-west solution, I don't support any of this.
Well, there are a lot of concerns. I mean, if you add 100 trains or 120 trains a day, they're going to run through the whole route, not just downtown Fort Lauderdale. I agree with you 100%.
That's right, but all I hear about is people saying, what about the poor people that live in the condos downtown? I want to know about the poor people that live in my residential neighborhoods in District 1.
Okay. Moving forward.
All right, thank you.
Are you done?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I like it when we're on the same side, Ted.
Thank you, Ted. Stephanie Toothaker, followed by John Roth. Hello, John. You pulled? Okay. Corey Bleskner. I'm sorry? Belshner. I'm sorry, sir. And Mary Peliquin. Ms. Toothaker.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, Stephanie Toothaker, thank you for allowing me to be here today.
I represent a number of property owners that front the railroad, the existing railroad tracks, predominantly on the west side, but also one that sits on the east side. And what's unfortunate in this discussion is that none of these property owners have ever been contacted by the county, by FDOT, by the consultants that are studying the bridge option. And when we had the opportunity, finally, when you had your joint meeting with the county and had the opportunity to actually pull down from the public agendas some of the information about the bridge, what became glaringly apparent is that none of the bridge options can be built without significant eminent domain that affects approved projects, that affects projects that are either in process or have already been approved. And while I can't venture a guess as to what the value of those combined projects would be, it is certainly in the hundreds of millions, if not in the billions of dollars, because these are sites that I think that the consultants had looked at and just assumed that could be taken, or that the property owners that abut the railroad tracks would just be willing to sell. Unfortunately, I think the reason that you're seeing so much of the business community here and some developers that are here that want to speak to this is because it's really become glaringly obvious for the first time that the bridge options don't work without additional right-of-way that today is not there, and in many cases go directly into projects that have been approved that are in for building permits. And so I think that's a conversation when you talk about the funding of the bridge and the funding of the tunnel. I think that's a conversation that needs to go into the bridge discussion. So on behalf of property owners that I represent, I would just ask you to please respectfully consider their urging of your support of the tunnel option. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey? Followed by Mary Peliquin, followed by Walter Duke. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm just going to make it real quick here. I agree with just about everything that everybody said here. Is anybody here for the actual bridge itself? I don't think anybody's here for that, right? I mean, if you take money off the table here, I think there's no question about the tunnel. We should do the tunnel. There's no doubt about it at all. If you're thinking about the impacts that a tunnel is going to cause as opposed to a bridge, we're going to take one little park here and there. I mean, the bridge is going to be a huge impact for many years to come. I mean, I can guarantee you that for construction and stuff. And as far as I'm concerned, make it 5 miles long. Make it under the Brosford. Make it 6 miles long. Make it the whole city. Right now, in 10 years from now, you're going to say, $2 billion? That was cheap. We should have done it back then. The same thing they said about the bridge on the tunnel on US 1 right now would be the same idea. So now it looks great. Back then it was probably the same argument. It was expensive. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mary, followed by Walter, followed by Barry Summerstein. Barry, you here? Okay.
Hi. Hello, Mayor and Commissioners, and our wonderful team members from the city that I actually work with more than you guys. So, my name is Mary Peliquin. I'm the president of the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations. Of the 60 recognized civic associations, we have more than 40 of them as members. So we do have a significant representation of our residents in the council. In January or February of 22, this bridge or tunnel became an issue. And the mayor came and spoke to the council via Zoom, I remember that. And we had several presidents that wanted to vote right away on what do we like, the bridge or the tunnel. And we really couldn't do that because most of the representatives or presidents of the civic associations really didn't know very much about any of it. So we had FDOT come and give us a presentation. We encouraged all of our civic association members to take this presentation by FDOT to their members and their residents and get the input from the actual residents of the city, of every district of the city. And that did happen. It took several months. I was constantly asking every president of every civic association that was a member, Have you had this happen? Are you having problems getting them to come and make a presentation? And I would say about 30, 35 of our civic associations did manage to get a presentation. Not every civic association has monthly meetings. Some of them only have quarterly. Some of them only have annual meetings, so they were not able to meet with FDOT. So it took several months, and eventually on the board of directors of the council came up with a resolution after much discussion and brought it to the membership, which they knew it was being brought to them on the June 14th, 2022 general membership meeting. And I'm just not going to read the whole resolution because, you know, everybody's already said all these things. But it came down to the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Association's Board of Directors believes a tunnel should be the preferred option for the new river crossing. A tunnel will have the least negative impact on our neighborhoods. A tunnel will not disrupt the continued development of our downtown as a vibrant place to live, work, and visit. We will continue to educate and advise our members on increased commuter train traffic concerns throughout the city. This is signed by me on June 14th on 2022. I think I might have even read this at one of the commission meetings. I do want to just say the vote for that was we had 27 members there. There were 23 in support of a tunnel. There were 3 of non-support, and we had 1 abstain because they hadn't been able to take the information to their civic association. All of the presidents or representatives in District 2 and 4 voted for the tunnel. The only two non-support, there were 2 non-support from District 3 and 1 non-support from District 1. So it was a pretty unanimous, not unanimous, but it was a pretty heavy towards the tunnel. And that is it. And that's not my opinion. That is the opinion of 23 civic associations in the city.
All right, thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Mary,
I
by
have
the
a
way, because I
question
was
for
looking
Mary?
for your
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
information to
whoa.
see if I could get just a list of which one of those were, and I didn't see it in any of the information I had. If you could send that to me, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, I have
Thank
that.
you.
Okay. I'll send it to all of you.
Mary, I just wanted to ask you, and thank you for the information. It's very helpful. Was there good participation throughout all 4 districts on this? We're hearing today that there's a little bit of concern, especially in District 1, about some of the neighborhoods in the northern part of the city feeling impacted by what still would be on the tracks, and even if we did do the tunnel. But did you have a good cross-section of every district in terms of the numbers of neighborhoods that were participating in this discussion?
I would say yes. Probably the one district that we have the least members, and I'm sad to say this, and I've really got to work toward this, is District 3. The one civic association that did not support the tunnel in District 1 was I think it's Palm Air East or Palm Air, one of the Palm Air villages. Otherwise, Coral Ridge Isles, that president voted for it, and Coral Ridge for it, and Sunrise Intercoastal. So I'm trying to remember all the neighborhoods.
Well, you can get that information.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to guess.
That'd be great. I just wanted to make sure that it was pretty equal throughout the entire city,
We'll
all
find
4
out.
districts.
I would say it was light in District 3.
Okay, thank you.
Walter, followed by Barry Summerstein, followed by Alan Cohen.
Hello, Commission. Walter Duke and Partners, 901 Southeast 5th Court, Fort Lauderdale. So you guys really face a generational decision. This reminds me of the Sawgrass Expressway. It reminds me of 595. These Airport South Runway, I know a little bit about that. I was the mayor at the time. I cast the deciding vote for that $800 million
Mayor of Dania
project.
Beach, right?
Mayor of Dania Beach, that's correct. That's correct. And we've all seen the benefits of that tough decision. And it didn't just impact Dania Beach. It impacted the whole region. It impacted our long-term economic resiliency. We just broke ground on our 5th terminal. We have 35 million people flying into the airport. And so this decision that you face here today and that you're dealing with is like that. It's an iconic long-term decision that's going to impact not just the city, but the region as well. And then when I say the region, the whole South Florida region and our long-term economic sustainability. The new information that I heard today, and I've been working with this, and I work with the county commission very closely with housing affordability here in this county, which is a top issue, a top business issue as well. And this group is extremely credible. This is good new information. In my world as a professional advisor and appraiser, if I get new information, I consider it. And this is very valid new information. And I believe, with my experience working with the Board of County Commissioners on affordable housing, which they have been doing a fantastic job on, as has the city of Fort Lauderdale, and I want to applaud you guys for that. I do believe that they would have open ears. If you would punt this back to them, given this new information and saying, yeah, we'd like a tunnel, our residents, our businesses are overwhelmingly in favor of a tunnel, especially if these costs are reasonably similar to a bridge that would, as many mentioned, divide the city. And not to mention, and Stephanie's right, we're talking about billions of dollars of eminent domain. I mean, there are some major projects teed up here in Fort Lauderdale, and existing and proposed, and all of those property owners have rights that will need to be considered. I mean, you're looking at probably 15 years of eminent domain litigation. So I would strongly urge you to put this back in the county's hands, to vote on this tonight, to support it, given the new information. You're not just randomly changing your mind. You have taken in some really good, new, credible information that really narrows the cost and lessens the impacts. And then let us do the work with the county. Let us work with the county. Let us explain and educate them. And I'm sure it's been my experience that when they understand and are educated on the most recent information, they make very good decisions. Good luck with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter.
Walter, I have a question, and I appreciate your testimony, and I appreciate your involvement. Have you been talking to folks at the county, and do you feel that the county, because this is my main concern, is whether the county's listening or whether they want to listen? Have you been having those conversations with the county?
My discussions with the county have to do with housing affordability and the crisis that we face here, not only in this county, but in this region in general. And it's a top business issue because the question is, where are our service industry folks going to live? Where are they going to live? They can't afford to live here. So I will tell you, we are really pushing for the best solution for rail, commuter rail, because we've already seen tremendous investment by the development community along the commuter rail. And that is going to be the key to unlocking housing affordability here in Broward County. I just did a little bit of research and some analysis, and in my opinion, we're going to unlock close to 40,000 units up and down the rail in Broward County, and it's going to have total construction impacts of nearly $12 billion. It's going to have ongoing economic impacts on an annual basis of $725 million, and I could go on and on about that. So, you know, the county, we've educated the county to understand that these aren't necessarily costs, they're really investments. An investment in a tunnel will reap tremendous tangible and intangible benefits. The tangible benefits are the economic benefits. The intangible benefits are not dividing our community. I mean, you look at the bridge that goes over I-95 at State Road 80, at the New River, that's a 50-foot bridge. Can you imagine that through the middle of our city? It's unfathomable to imagine that. So I'm hoping that given this new information that you guys will take that information under consideration, make the right vote tonight, and punt it back to the county, and let's work together to get this done.
Well, and again, I would urge you to please make that known to the county, because as I said to previous speakers this afternoon, I think that's the main obstacle and goal right now, is to reach out to our partners at the county.
And the rest of the board, I can guarantee you that almost everybody in this room, we will be communicating with the county commission on a very regular basis, and we're on the same page.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Oh, and Mr. Duke, you and Lisa, congratulations on the new addition, a new grandbaby, and I want one too. So
yes. Well, I have a lot of titles, but my favorite is Papa.
Okay.
So
congratulations.
Yep.
I thought the new addition was the fifth terminal. Okay, Barry Summerstein, did he leave? Okay. Alan Cohen, are you still here? Okay. Estelle Brennan. And hi, Estelle. And Michael Mathis and Duran Broman.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission. My name is Estelle Brennan. I'm the president of Riverside Park, which is in District 4. And for those of you that don't know, our entire eastern boundary is the north and south forks of the New River. We're basically a peninsula that shoots out into the river. We had FDOT come and present at one of our monthly association meetings, and based off of that presentation, back in January of 2022, we submitted this letter to the mayor's office which reads, "The Riverside Parks Residents Association would like to submit our support for a tunnel, not a bridge, for the New River train crossing. Additionally, we request that as much space as possible above the tunnel be utilized for green space. Building a 5 to 8 story concrete bridge through the center of Fort Lauderdale would be a travesty to our small but mighty coastal city. A bridge of this magnitude would likely not only be divisive and intrusive, but would cast a shadow on the historic district and heart of our city." Our stance has not changed. We are still in support of the tunnel, and we do ask that you entertain answering some of these questions and further moving towards a tunnel. Based off of what I heard today, I did want to provide an opinion on a comment I heard earlier, especially seeing where the costs now are so the cost has dwindled down, is that if a project is going to, no matter what, cost twice as much and take twice as long, you would think you would want the project that lasts twice as long and not half as long. And that being said, one last thing, our children and grandchildren are going to live with this decision, and I believe that decision should be a tunnel. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mike Madfis, did he leave? Okay. Duran Broman, he had to leave also. Asi Symbol. Asi, followed by Mary Fertig, followed by Deb Motwani.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for this enlightening presentation. My name is Asi Symbol. I'm the chairman of Symbol DLT Companies. We're the owner, builder, developers of a 6-acre parcel that fronts the New River and the bridge that you can see right here just on the south side of the New River. We have a marina there with over 240 boats. We're long-term property owners in downtown Fort Lauderdale, and we're planning to move our staff, currently at about 50, but probably at about 100 by the time we move to downtown Fort Lauderdale in the next 24 months. And many of our employees will move their families here as a result. I'm speaking also for my business partner, Hector Torres, who is a resident of downtown Fort Lauderdale. We're investing over $1.5 billion into the downtown area as we create our mixed-use, marine-based Nautico district. I'm also speaking on behalf of Daron Broman, who had to leave, who's developing just south of us. A bridge will be a disaster and will literally divide the city of Fort Lauderdale. It will hinder the economic growth of the areas around the FEC tracks. With today's presentation and new information, it is clear that the construction cost of a tunnel is very close to the cost of the bridge. Keep in mind that this doesn't include the cost of buying property from private landowners. When you add that cost, there's no comparison. A tunnel is less expensive. I want to also highlight that if a bridge involves eminent domain, as it appears that it will face serious legal challenges by us and by other property owners. Because of that, a bridge will take much longer to construct than a tunnel, and it will be much more expensive to build in the end. We urge you to build a tunnel.
Great, thank you. Mary Fertig, followed by Dev Motwani, followed by Melinda Boker, and then Ina Lee. Anyone else wish to speak on this subject besides the names I just mentioned? Okay, thank you. Hi, Mary.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I actually had prepared remarks, but the way the conversation's gone, I'm going to deviate a little bit, but I want to start by saying commuter rail discussions began in 2004. And there have been hundreds of meetings in the years since then. Hundreds of meetings with the community, hundreds of meetings with our governments. There's been so many meetings. I found a 2010 Sun Sentinel article written by Michael Turnbull, and he wrote the article outlining the potential solutions, and they're the same 4 potential solutions that we have today. And 13 years later, the only thing that we can look at that has changed is the price. So at some point, a decision's going to be made. And I could not be there, but I did watch the county commission conversation a few weeks ago. And I feel like we're living in 2 realities. The reality of what happened in that room and the reality of what happened here. I haven't heard anybody say that they support a bridge. I've heard everybody say, and I think your resolutions tonight read, the locally preferred alternative is a tunnel. But what I heard in that room was a county that is headed towards a decision because they're trying to submit grant applications in the winter, in February, right? And at the last minute, we have gone out. We've already had 5 studies since 2020 gone out to hire somebody else. And now we're going to hopefully say to the county, join us in this. But I just think our approach needs to be a little different. I don't think that we can just go to the county and, as John said, we're thumbing our nose at them. We're constantly criticizing what they do rather than trying to work with them to achieve a goal. And listen, there in 2022 when we had the same, everybody showed up, we all prefer a tunnel. It's like Groundhog Day. We're doing the same thing over and over. And yet the county is on the county who gets to make the decision is ready to make it. So I hope that we reach out to the county in a collaborative way, not in an antagonistic way, and try to work with them to help achieve what will work for our community with a locally preferred alternative. If we don't do that, I hope we start working with them to make sure that whatever they select is built in such a way that we can build our community around that. And I think that's the reality of where we are. I don't think that's a popular thing. I don't think anybody's going to clap for me when I'm finished because I don't think that's the popular thing to say. But that is the realistic thing to say. We have to work. This is a tri-county project, and we have to work with people to achieve it. So yes, you asked me last time on November 7th, Mayor, if I supported commuter rail, and I do for all the reasons that Walter Duke so articulately explained, for all that has to happen in our community, for all of those numbers of growth that you say we're one of the second fastest growing city in the state of Florida, for all of those reasons, I support it. This is one place over the river. And I hope we achieve a tunnel. But if we don't, I hope that we at least work well enough with the people making the decision that we can achieve something that we can live with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Can I just say something? You know, the issue of commuter rail has been going on for a long time. When I was first a commissioner in 2003, we were talking about it, right? So, but to Commissioner Herbst's point, okay, you know, there's always a question is who's going to take mass transit. And I think there's a hope that we can sort of socially engineer the habits of South Floridians that they'll leave their cars and go take a commuter rail train, and that's the theory, okay, and it may work, okay, and in large part, a lot of the mayors along the route have been saying to me, you know, you're interfering with our economic development, you're interfering with our growth, you're interfering with our ability to produce affordable housing. And I say back to them, I say, we already have that. We have a flourishing downtown. We are building many affordable housing units. We are piping hot right now. And I said to them, you build the bridge to the middle of Fort Lauderdale, and you're going to kill that. And why should we sacrifice our thriving environment for a possibility that a commuter rail mass transit system might work, and for whose benefit? Because Fort Lauderdale, if you're going to ask them to be a party to this undertaking, don't do it in such a way that it's going to hurt us. Do it in a way that's going to help us or at least have no impact on us. That message doesn't seem to want to resonate in the upper levels of government.
So
and I've said that so many times to them, and they can't seem to understand that.
And you are so beautifully articulate, and you move every person in this room, but we are not moving the other people. And I think that's because we're not really working with them, because this is a horrible position that I often find myself in, for those of you sitting out there, where I don't get to make the decision and I'm up here talking to you because you do get to make the decision. This time, guess what? You don't get to make the decision, and of course neither do we, and the county commission does. So I think that everything's an approach, and I know you would probably like to say back to me, yes, Mary, everything's an approach. But I I think that our approach needs to shift to one of really seriously working together, and I hope that's where we go. Yes, we prefer a tunnel, but we have got to get some buy-in. We can do 20 more studies, but if they've already gotten the grant and start at the bridge, I don't know where that gets us. So my appeal to you is let's change our approach. Yes, our locally, I think everybody has said it. It's in both resolutions. It's everywhere. Our locally preferred alternative is the tunnel. But we are going to work with you to make sure that whatever happens is successful for our city, because we have no choice in that. We have to be successful.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mary. Mr. Motwani, good evening. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Dev Motwani, longtime resident and property owner along the FEC corridor in the downtown and both along the river and Flagler Village. And we and our partners have made some significant investments in the downtown. We want to see it continue to thrive. We want to see passenger rail in some form along the FEC track. So I want to start with that. I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said today. Of course, I'm supporting the tunnel, and I appreciate the presentation that was done earlier. There are significant benefits of a tunnel that have been expressed today, and that's to our community. So I think it's absolutely imperative as we as residents and the Fort Lauderdale community support that alternative, particularly in light of the presentation and the new information that was presented today. I mean, the cost has gotten so much closer that it would be a disservice to the community if we didn't continue to explore that. And I don't view this as thumbing our nose at the county. This is new information. I view it considering to support this alternative in light of this information and making sure they have that information as a benefit to the county commission so that they can also make a decision and be fully informed. We're taking for granted, or some are taking for granted, the fact that the bridge is even a viable alternative. But we've heard that there's eminent domain. There's a lot of open items with the bridge alternative that might make it unfeasible and make the tunnel actually a cheaper option, whether it be by cost or by time. And so I think it's absolutely imperative that we continue to support the tunnel option. We present them with that information and we continue to move forward. We may not be successful in that, but at least we tried, and we know that we did our best for our community, which is here is Fort Lauderdale. County has a lot of competing interests, so I understand their position, particularly in light of the facts that they were presented when they made those decisions, but we have new information now. And so again, I think it would be a disservice to both our community and to the county if we didn't support the tunnel and continue to provide that information and pursue that information. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Melinda Boker, followed by Ina Lee, last two speakers.
Hello, thank you so much. Commissioners, Mayor Melinda Balker here. I'm president of the Downtown Fort Lauderdale Civic Association. Speaking on their behalf, we are in District 4. Commissioner Sturman is our representative. So the rail line is part of our western boundary. Our board officially voted for the tunnel option on February 17, 2022 in front of the membership. Our position has not changed. I think you guys have all heard this from me several times. Our neighborhood cannot see any other acceptable alternative, and we do need your support in convincing the county commission to look at additional tunnel options like you saw today. I want to thank the city commission and staff, particularly city manager Greg Chavaria and the Transportation Mobility Director, Ben Rogers, for continuing this discussion and having the foresight to hire BDO. This discussion needs to continue and should not be preempted tonight by any vote that suggests to the county satisfaction with the bridge alternative for the New River crossing. The information from Nasri Munfa, Umar Yaqub, and Tom John is unlike anything we have heard before and provides tangible, feasible, additional options with regards to tunnels for the New River crossing. I think we can all agree that continuing the contract with them on tonight's agenda, item number M9 should be unanimously passed by commission. Nasri Munfa is the type of professional that we should be working with on this intergenerational project. Mr. Munfa has more than 40 years of experience in tunneling and underground engineering, and as you heard, developed multi-billion-dollar tunnel projects all over the world. We would also separately and just briefly like to thank staff for applying for and successfully receiving the $974,000 Regional Infrastructure Accelerator Grant in October 2023 to develop a comprehensive analysis of how to approach the financing of the New River crossing. The city needs to not only receive, but also approve this grant. Our neighborhood and revitalized downtown is particularly impacted by your decision on the New River Crossing. Commuter rail cannot be at the expense of the downtown Fort Lauderdale residential community, which has drastically grown in the past 20 years. We have thousands of residents living within 300 yards of the rail line right now, with additional approved projects currently under construction or already approved. You've heard from several of their representatives today. I want to mention we also have projects with thousands of residents literally living about 10 yards from the rail line. So a 56-foot bridge will forever change the quality of that investment. The bridge options that you are considering will adversely impact our thriving downtown, and their magnification of additional 60 to 80 trains rumbling through downtown on this elevated 40 to 56-foot Basco Bridge next to new downtown high-rises that will forever divide us. We have already seen the success of the remarkable Henry E. Kinney Tunnel, the eastern boundary of our neighborhood that opened in 1960 after a much similar discussion to today. I just want to close with a couple questions of the commission. Bridges of this magnitude have led to large homeless encampments in other Florida cities. Has this been considered in your analysis of the bridge options? Have the commissioners ensured that new residents of Fort Lauderdale will face loss of property stemming from eminent domain to get space for the bridge? Warren, we have not had an opportunity to meet with our county commissioners jointly. Would you be willing to have a joint meeting with District 4 neighborhoods and both county commissioners that represent downtown, namely District 4 County Commissioner Lamar Fisher and District 8 County Commissioner Robert McKenzie? One thing lacking in 2023 has been any outreach to our neighborhood from our county representatives that are making this important decision. We would like to enable you to support them in making the right decision. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Ina Lee? I see Mr. Cohen's back in the room.
Ina Lee and Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and I live in District 4. I'm going to say everything that's been said here today, I say ditto to, okay? So I'm not going to go down that tunnel again, quite frankly. But one thing I do want to bring out here is tourism. The impact of having the bridge the way it's being designed right now and what it will look like, that impacts people's perception when they get here, folks. And I think we need to keep that in mind as well. But also, I live east of the 17th Street Bridge. And every day, I am impacted by the bridge up and down, up and down, up and down. And yesterday morning, the bridge again broke. It could not be gone over. What it does to traffic on 17th Street every time that bridge goes up and down and doesn't work is not even being factored into what happens with the bridge that's being proposed right now downtown, the way it goes up and down, and what happens when it stops working, which it will, like what happened with the 17th Street Bridge. So I think that there are things that are not being examined right now in terms of the quality of life that are not even being part of this discussion right now in terms of the impact for bridge itself. So I'd like that, at least on the record, to consider. And the people that are living on the barrier island are impacted by that every single day, and that's your district, quite frankly, when I try to go over that bridge. So, and that's right where the convention center is as well. So I think that everything you've heard here today, but the thing I want to echo is you have new information now. And I was so impressed by your presentation that you did at the 11th hour, way ahead of when you were supposed to do it. And the expertise that you all have, the county needs to listen to it just like we did too, because you've got new information now, folks. It's not just the same old thing. So I think we all, as a community and a commission, guys, need to put aside the differences and come up with a way to work together with the county to present this information in a way that they can make an informed decision as well, because they haven't heard what you just heard today. And I think it's incumbent upon the people in this room right now to reach out to your county commissioners and let them know that, yes, this is the 11th hour, and forget what's gone before. Where are we now and where are we going in the future? Okay, so I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ina. Alan Cohen?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for indulging me. I had to go pick the kids up from school. Alan Cohen, do I need to give address or anything?
It doesn't matter. Just
okay, all right.
We know who you are.
Thank you.
And we know where to find you.
I'm going to speak with different hats, let me put it that way. So I'm a former city official, both a city manager and a mayor. And what I learned many years ago, and it hasn't changed today, is that design, aesthetics, public art, all these things are critically important to the health and vitality of a community. And what a bridge, the impact that a bridge would have, the aesthetic impact it would have, notwithstanding the physical impacts, the community separation, the neighborhood separations, a bridge would be a scar on this community, literally just a gash that will never heal. It's a decision this important needs thoughtful consideration, and I know that it's been discussed for years. I know that everyone feels this is the 11th hour, but a decision this important cannot be rushed. The city has brought forward very important information, and it's this information that the county needs to hear. It needs to hear more of that information.
My understanding is that there were several representatives from the county listening to the presentation.
I hope so.
Yeah, there were.
I really do.
There were.
Because what I will tell you from my experience working at the county, another hat, is that there are good folks at the county who want to get things done. Commuter rail is extremely important for our community, but they also understand the potential negative impacts that a bridge could have on the city. And they don't want to impose that on the city if they don't have to. And if there is a viable alternative, even if it costs a little more, it's something to look at, particularly as the mayor has demonstrated, we can find alternative funding to offset those additional costs. What's ironic about this discussion regarding federal funding is the number of communities across the country that have sought and received funding to remove the exact type of infrastructure that is being contemplated to be installed now. The type of bridge that we're talking about will divide this community. And other communities have suffered through that and are now, with billions and billions of federal dollars, removing that infrastructure, rerouting highways and other infrastructure, because they understand that this is not a tenable situation for any community. So I'm not being as eloquent as I would like, and I apologize, but I'm just saying, please consider slowing this down, getting the rest of the information, talking with your county colleagues, and doing so in a collaborative manner. I think when tempers can flare at times, Mayor, and people can say things that maybe they might regret later, and that's okay to blow off a little steam. But I think when we sit and we talk to our colleagues and we have those types of conversations, from my experience, your peers at the county will listen, and they'll give this a shot if they really think there's something to it. And from everything that I've seen and heard, you have done amazing work, not only with this team here, but here in City Hall, to advance this tunnel idea. And I really hope that you and the county give it a shot.
Great.
That's it. Thank you.
Alan, I just want to, again, thank you for being here and your testimony. Considering your former position with the county, do you feel encouraged? I mean, or do you have any suggestions? Because I did sit, obviously, through the joint meeting. I came away from it a little bit discouraged. I'm struggling to try to figure out how we do work collaboratively, how we do say what is so important here moving forward, and why this is, as we've heard before, a generational project. That, whether that's a timeline that February comes and goes or whatever, but, we've had how many years without this commuter rail? What's another month or two or whatever? But what suggestions do you have? Because I value your experience working with the county in your role, and I really am looking for suggestions of how we do get that collaboration, how we do actually get folks to start to listen from what I've been reading in the paper, from quotes, and what I heard at that joint meeting. As I said, I came away a bit discouraged. So I'm looking for a way to mend those fences. I'm looking for a way to make sure that everything we've heard today from all these incredible people, all of this testimony, all of these stakeholders, to me, the county would be deaf if they were not listening. And I want to make sure that none of us are deaf going forward with why this is so important to not just the city, but the county. What suggestions do you have?
Commissioner, thank you for the question, and let me make perfectly clear, I no longer work for the county, so I'm not here representing the county. So I'm speaking as a private citizen with county experience. I believe many county people are listening right now. They're listening to you, me, everyone else in this room that has spoken. They're thirsty for information. They're thirsty for accurate information. And the more up-to-date information they get, the better. I would say, really, one-on-ones is probably your best bet. Meeting with your individual colleagues, I know it takes a lot more time, but that's really what's going to move the needle on this situation.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Again, I really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I just ask one question, though? Because I know this has come up a number of times, so I'm very familiar, with the Reconnecting Communities initiative. I have always understood that this was primarily, as Secretary Buttigieg points out, directed at highways. So, for example, I grew up in the South Bronx. The Cross Bronx Expressway runs right through there. Very familiar with it. I know exactly what it did to my neighborhood growing up. You've got a number of these through the New York area. They've been tearing down elevated highways, Seattle, for example, and so forth, around the country. I'm sure there are examples, but I haven't come across anything where they've torn down a bridge and built a tunnel. Are you aware of any? Because everything I've seen is tearing down either one of two things, tearing down elevated highways, or if you've got underground cut highways like the Cross Bronx Expressway, covering those over like they did in Boston and building a linear park on top of it. If you don't have to do it right now, if you can show me any examples where they've torn down a bridge and built a tunnel, I'd love to see it.
There was a Second Avenue elevated train in Manhattan.
I know it very well. I lived, worked, and played in Manhattan and went to school on Second Avenue, so very familiar with it.
So they tore it down and they brought it below ground.
And I also lived by and by the way, how long that took? That was a 40-year project to do the Second Avenue subway. But I also live right next to the 7 train running through Queens, and that is probably one of the most ethnically and economically diverse avenues in the country. It has the largest number of ethnicities in a census population of any area in the country, bar none. So it is wonderfully diverse, wonderfully economically powerful. And that 7 train that runs out to Shea Stadium hasn't impacted Elmhurst, Jackson Heights, Woodside, Sunnyside whatsoever.
Well, there will be examples to support both narratives. I'm not going to deny that, okay? But we have an opportunity to avoid the problem rather than trying to create it and then try to remove it if it later is determined to be a problem. Let's make the right decision now rather than, these decisions should be made right, not just right now. And I think that we have an opportunity here. In fact, today was the first time we've ever had a public hearing in which we've heard a second option for a tunnel. All the other meetings that we've had in public have been multiple options for bridges. This is the first time we've heard a second option for a tunnel. So, that opportunity is only because we move forward with it, and I want to thank city staff for being able to bring together these esteemed gentlemen to our city and to have brought forward another way of looking at a tunnel option. So if that opens up the conversation with the county, our door is open and has always been open. So
that's a good point, Mayor. I just wish we were having this conversation 6 months ago.
I agree.
I hate the fact that we are doing this when we've got a grant application due in February. We should have done this 6 months ago, 9 months ago.
The window's from February to April. I want to clarify that also. Okay, no one else has asked to speak.
The window was, what did you just say? The window.
No, wait. No one else in the public has asked to speak. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Okay, now the commission can either talk now, or we can talk at the item tonight. So,
Well, two things. You said the window is something. I didn't hear it.
the window for the application, my understanding is it starts in February and closes in April.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah.
I think
So, Commissioner, you brought up the resolution last week. What resolution do you want to propose for tonight?
I want the one that I've submitted, and I think we could talk about it this
Want to
evening.
do it tonight?
Yeah,
Okay,
correct. I
we'll
think
do it
that's the way to go.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you everybody who came here for the New River Crossing project. It's just very coincidental and ironic, I guess, that this commission has been looking at that bridge for the last 3 hours, going up and down, and the little boats that get to go underneath it.
Did you do this on purpose?
Yeah, I did. So, can we just take a 5-minute break for
We'll see you
everybody?
all tonight.
Yeah, we'll see you all tonight.
Come on
in
back.
the 6 o'clock meeting. We'll just take a 10-minute break. And Commissioner Glassman's here. Oh, okay. Commissioner Herbst is here, and I assume Commissioner Sturman is around the corner somewhere? All right, we have just have a few more items to deal with this afternoon. Business 2, review of the 48-inch water main unsolicited proposal. Who's that? Mr. Dodd.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Alan Dodd, Director of Public Works. What I'll be doing is going through a unsolicited proposal that we have been working on for approximately 6 months now. So in February...
Is this with Mr. Mancini?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So in February of 2023, we entered into a comprehensive agreement for the Prospect Lake Clean Water Center, the replacement for 5 Ash Water Plant. As part of that project, we are required to conduct a number of projects, enabling works, to connect the plant into our system. One of those is a 48-inch water main that connects Prospect to the 5 Ash distribution centers to connect the 2 plants. So on July 28th, we received an unsolicited proposal from David Mancini and Sons in order to construct this project. We brought it to the Commission in October, and you approved to move forward and put it out for a 30-day solicitation period to receive other proposals that could also be considered. We did do that. The period closed on October 10th. However, we did not receive any other proposals. And so we are now moving forward to the next step in the process.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? So what is the next step, Greg?
So they have a presentation prepared to go over it. If you'd like, they can review it with you all, or if you have any questions, they're available to answer them. The proposing team is here today, but I think I think it'd be very important for you all to understand that this does accelerate the project. It helps meet the deadlines with the P3 agreement, and it's just a win-win for getting the project done.
City Manager and Alan, if we just, on this page, next steps, if you could just correct the bottom, I would think you think it should be January 9th, 2024 meeting for the next steps.
Yeah, that is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does anyone have any questions of Mr. Dodd? I guess Commissioner Sturman doesn't have any questions. Okay. Okay, no problem. Okay, thank you, Mr. Dodd.
Thank you very much.
Business 3, soundscape and noise ordinance study presentation follow-up. Is there more than one member of the advisory board here? There was, but not now. Okay. Just an announcement that there may be more than one. Vice Mayor. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Did you have a question?
No, I'm sorry. I do
okay.
not have a question.
No problem. Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Chris Cooper, Director of Development Services Department. So about 2 months ago, the Noise Control Advisory Committee's consultant came and made a presentation to you that included several recommendations with how to move forward with potential amendments to our code and how we deal with noise. Since that time, the advisory committee has met, and if you look at Exhibit 3 in your backup, they provided a list of 5 recommendations that the committee had consensus on and moving forward with amendments to our code. So we're here today to get your feedback on those, answer any questions, and get some direction on whether or not you'd like us to begin crafting those amendments to bring back for you to consider. And I can go through those. We also have Katrina Jordan, our code manager, who can help answer any questions as well.
Well, it's a very comprehensive exhibit. I mean, 60 pages of fine print.
Well, Exhibit 3 is the advisory committee's recommendations that boils down what's in that report to where the committee had consensus on moving forward with code amendments.
Is there anyone from the committee here?
Yes, Jeannie Ellis.
Jeannie, can you come up here, please, to the podium? So, Jeannie, we have the exhibit,
Yes, sir.
which consists of the Fort Lauderdale Soundscape Study. Are there any comments that you have to make with regard to the contents of the study?
Those were unanimously voted on by the entire committee. One of the things that we believe would be beneficial is to put this in place for trial. Then
You
we
mean
can
like a test period of time?
Correct.
A pilot study?
Yes.
Okay.
We believe that that will shake out any of the ambiguities that may be there. We've specifically asked that the DBC be added in, the baseline, which is generally where many complaints come from. So we think that the measurements, those DBCs added in, will be helpful.
So it seems to me that we can create all the laws we want, but what's the plan for enforcement and retribution? How are we going to make these real?
Yeah, so Mayor, if you actually look at Exhibit 2, which are some comments from the Noise Control Advisory Committee, number 2 in that actually gets to some things that our staff has done in code enforcement to take steps to be more effective in the enforcement of our current noise ordinance. And the committee itself actually suggests that that has gone a long way into reducing the impacts of sound in our community. We've upgraded our equipment so that we can better measure and more accurately measure noise and the actual decibel levels that we're hearing. We've added inspectors. We've also increased training for staff, and all that has resulted in the reduction of not only noise complaints, but being able to more effectively deal with those when they occur, when we get complaints for our neighbors. So I think we're on our way in terms of under our current code, doing the things we need to do to be able to be more effective in our enforcement. The things the committee's advocated for are things that will just give us additional tools. So again, the DBC, those are your base level noises. We hear a lot from our community. The concern isn't as much for those high-pitched noises. It's more those lower bass tones that are more impactful to our neighbors. So we don't have anything in our code that really speaks to that now because the volume of that isn't great, but the DBC level is. So one of the recommendations is to add that to our code, and that was something the noise consultant suggested as well to be able to address that concern. The other is where we measure from. Currently, outside the entertainment districts, we measure from the complainant's property line, so where that noise is heard and where that complaint's coming from. In our entertainment districts, we do that 5 feet from where the sound is coming from. So it's a different standard. The consultant in the committee is recommending that we apply that standard throughout the city and not just in our entertainment district. So again, I think we're being effective. We've taken a lot of steps. A lot of it's in support from the commission in terms of giving us some additional officers for our nighttime enforcement. But these are just kind of additional things that we can use to really get at the crux of the issues that we've heard from the community.
It's been brought to my attention that there are devices that can detect sound and that can automatically issue citations. I know that's experimental in some states. Have we considered perhaps introducing that into our city? So, because enforcement is a big thing, and you can't have a police officer or code enforcement officer on every corner. But if there's new technology that is successful, is that something that we've considered or the committee has considered?
Yes, we've deployed some technology on a trial basis. We actually have a device right now at a venue that's been problematic, that's been steadily gathering data.
Is that the Sapphire over on the beach? I'm sorry.
No. They only get rowdy once in a while, but no. So we've deployed some of that on a trial basis. I think a while back we did have some conversations with the police department, and I think the commission had those conversations about noise cameras and how they can do what you've suggested. I don't know if I don't think we've.
Does the commission have any
Mr.
thoughts
Mayor.
on that? Warren or John, do you have any thoughts, or Vice Mayor, about noise cameras? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes,
right?
no, actually, I read a very interesting article about that. I think it'd be a great idea if we could deploy that. I'm all in favor of using technology as a force multiplier. The only challenge we're going to have, obviously, is
our response to that. So we can capture a noise violation, but, for example, talking in my district meeting last night, the noise associated with some of the dirt bike and quad mobs that hit our streets was raised as an issue. And I said, unfortunately, corralling that activity has proven to be substantially more difficult than identifying where it's taking place. We know where it is. It's stopping it that's problematic. And it's the same thing with this. If we use some type of technology to identify a noise violation, can we actually get out there and deal with it, either through code enforcement or PD or something like that? I think the enforcement part's going to be the more challenging one, but I think the technology is a phenomenal idea.
Doesn't the machine actually issue a citation, like automatically generate it?
So the conversations we've had and what we've determined is that we're limited in our ability to issue citations without that knowledge or personal experience by an inspector or an officer to issue it. And there's some legal issues with state law on how we can issue citations. So I don't believe that it automatically can, like a red light camera, I think is kind of what you're suggesting. I don't think the noise cameras allow for that kind of citation. It could help us in the long term if they were deployed to strategize when and where these noise issues occur, that we can develop patterns and then, develop our enforcement schedules and inspection routines around that data. But as far as issuing a citation just based on it, I don't believe that's possible.
Greg, do you want to comment on that? I'm sorry.
Well, first of all, I'm agreeing with the mayor. I'm going to get started with that. I think enforcement...
It's always a good way to start a sentence.
I think that enforcement is always an issue. That's the thing that was brought up with us. I know that they're adding some personnel for that, specifically for that. I was asked if we could have even more personnel, but that's always a limiting factor, budget for people to do. So anything that could do compliance and enforcement that doesn't add personnel, I would support. I think that's a great thought.
Greg, do you have something to add to this?
So what we intend to do is look at Miami Beach. They have a noise cam program, and we intend to collect data enough so that if you all would like, you can propose the state policy to look at how we can use these devices and automatically do citations. Because at the state level, like Chris mentioned, it does not allow us to provide a citation automatically. And so we'd like to gather that data and present it to you all for consideration later on.
Okay, all right. So there might be a path to perhaps implement that. Yes, Mark.
Yeah, two more things that were brought up, Chris. I'll wait for... Okay. Well, yeah.
Are you...
Okay, two more things. Number one is, and we discussed this at my pre-agenda meeting, and this has come up with some residents along the New River as well as in the Harbor Beach area. Waterway noise is something that just to keep an eye on how it travels and different effects that waterway noise has. And that's been some complaints, if that's something that could be looked at. We spoke briefly.
Yeah, we did. So I followed up with Chief Schultz on that. My understanding is that's enforced in a similar way to vehicle noise, and they have a Marine Patrol unit. So he's been made aware of that. He's shaking his head.
And the way noise travels over water and whatnot, if that's something that has to be taken into consideration, how it's propagated. And go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, as far as we measure it, we take into account things like ambient noise, but when that volume reaches the monitoring or measuring device, and we factor in all those conditions, wind, other sounds, things of that nature, we would measure that similarly.
Hey, can I, Bill, could you want to come down? And while he's coming down, I do have another question, Chris. You said 6 months, and then there's another 6 months period that gets us a year out. I'm thinking maybe a 3-month trial just to get this thing kickstart so it doesn't have to go that long.
Yeah, so I was going to talk about the trial period for a minute. So unless we codify something, we can't really enforce on it, but we can take these recommendations and we can do some study, I guess, where we take measurements based on some of these recommendations and just compile that data in terms of what that looks like to see if it would be effective and if it does make a difference. We couldn't cite based on it because it's not codified, but I think if the suggestion is to take these recommendations and do some field work and some field study, whatever period of time you think is right, and we can certainly gather data in 3 months, and if we don't have enough data, come back and say we need a little bit more time. But that would be my suggestion if we wanted to do a study period, is to do it that way.
Chief Schultz? I don't have any question. I just want to be the very first one to wake me up here. Welcome, Chiso. Am I the first to call you up to say hello? Welcome,
thank
and
you.
congratulations on your new job.
Thank you.
Monitoring along the marine, I mean, how was challenges with that as far as on the waterways?
Well, I think you're touching on two different issues here. The one is the sound that does travel from our businesses, hits the water, and travels across that way. That's one thing that we would have to look
But
at.
I think
the
more
code.
like boats. People with like the boat parade, loud noises. That I've heard 3, 4 in the morning. They're coming back from whatever, and it's blasting along the New River.
Right.
Is there patrol or anybody looking for that?
Well, right now, we don't have overnight patrols, so that wouldn't be us. And I don't think the sheriff's office has ever enforced noise in that regard. I'll check with them, but I don't think they do. They do have overnight patrols, but I don't think they enforce it overnight. During the day, different story. However, the state laws in that regard, not so helpful as a local ordinance could be.
So, I mean, I'm going to kick it to my colleagues if you have any thoughts, because we do have a few people that are complaining in my district along the New River that like 2, 3 in the morning, loud noise wakes them up on a regular basis. And I guess it travels down the river the way the geometry is. So it's something, Chris, if you could look into that too. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You know, one of the things with in today's culture is, you know, buying a car that has 600 horsepower when your speed limits are only 35 miles per hour. And so when there's a stretch of maybe 100 yards to be able to ignite that engine so that you can test out those horsepower, I'm seeing that again and again. Today I was almost run over by a pickup truck, not yours, John, that, I mean, it just went maybe 50 feet, but the person driving it, he or she, just needed to, you know, press the metal to the floor and just make themselves feel good. In the meantime, they put other people in danger. When you're dining out in some of these restaurants and people are driving by, it's not just muscle cars. They're also Lamborghinis. You know, they all have big engines and you know, people my age who are trying to live their childhood again. Just is very frustrating. Anyway, okay, I guess that's it. All right, so bring back something to us. You're going to bring back results from the pilot study, and then you're going to bring back a set of ordinances to encapsulate these recommendations.
Right, and your Noise Control Advisory Committee, I believe, is sunsetted or very close to it. So if you wanted them to be...
It's about time. No,
yeah, so if you wanted them to be engaged in this and also continue to provide feedback on these studies...
What do you think,
Gina
Commissioner?
says no,
I think they should be. I think they should be maybe another year to make sure that. Well, only because we want to see how the results of the pilot go, and if we have to make adjustments, we would need you to help us out.
Yeah, and there's also a recommendation about entertainment districts and how we regulate and deal with those and permit those. That could also probably benefit from that group. They're a good diverse group of business owners as well as neighbors that could maybe help with that aspect of it too. That's their 5th recommendation.
Okay. All right.
Gina might not like me anymore, but.
All right, thank you. Business 4, Lauderdale Isles, discussion on Riverland Woods Community Center boat ramp and Carter Park improvements. The president of Lauderdale Isles Civic Association, Earl Prisley. Are you still here, Earl?
Earl is right there.
Where is he? You want to come up? You've asked to speak.
2 of my most organized.
I know how shy you are. You don't want to speak?
Oh, just for questions? Okay.
Earl, it's nice to see you again.
And Jeff, how you doing, Jeff?
So, Mr. Oh, hi, Carl. What do you have to tell us tonight?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Carl Williams, Parks and Recreation Director. We're before you to see if there's an appetite for the utilization of land acquisition funds for Riverland Woods and Carter Park. Carter Park is one of our signature projects. The original scope is somewhere around 48,000 square feet, and we are short in funding for that particular project, and we're seeking to try to look at various avenues to fund the project. And Riverland Woods is a project, after speaking with stakeholders and those interested in the particular project, there is a sense of wanting to have a community center there, as the yacht club itself is privately owned now, and would like to use a portion of the city-owned property to develop a community center. And so after those discussions, we're seeking any options that we can to try to fund that project, as it's not a part of the bond allocation. And so we're here to see your direction, and from that, we will then take it to our Parks Board for feedback, and then bring it back for our night meeting.
So we already own the land?
Yeah, this is land that they have that yacht club that's next door,
Right.
And we've been trying to get a hold of it. It used to be open to the public for a while. We used to vote there. The community used to have meetings.
I'm looking at on the exhibit.
Okay, but it fell through. So the land is west of there. We own that.
We own that, and that's where you want to put a community center?
Correct. Well, Earl, come on up, Earl, if you'd like. The price is right.
Earl and I used to be neighbors.
I mean, this neighborhood is exquisitely.
And then he moved up.
It's exquisitely organized.
All right, thank you very much. Earl Prisley, I'm currently the president of the Lauderdale Isles Civic Association. I'm also the treasurer on the Lauderdale Isles Waterway Management District. Jeff Rames here is the actual chairman of that. I don't know if you can put up the graphic. It's in the exhibit. Is that possible to put that up, the graphic? Do we have that was in there? I think there was 2 exhibits in this agenda item.
Which one, 1 or 2? Page
exhibit,
1?
The exhibit is...
Of Exhibit 1?
Yeah. There you go.
It's only one exhibit.
Yes. Okay, so take a look here, and in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see where it says the former yacht club. In the Parks bond, we had money that was allocated towards purchasing that property that was already earmarked in land acquisition. And the city and the previous owner went into negotiations, and it didn't work out the way we had planned. The yacht club was sold to a private individual with a cash offer, and so we were left with not having a place of meeting. The yacht club was actually constructed when the Gill construction development came through, and it was exclusively for the Isles, and it was actually sold as a feature of the homes in the Isles. So that was privately owned for the last 10 years, ever since I've been there, and it's changed hands, and it's sit there vacant. It's currently vacant. The new owner, I've had discussions with him, and they said they really didn't buy it to be a business. They really want to just enjoy the property. So they were able to purchase that property, and they may just use it. There's no deed restrictions. There's no covenants. It's basically zoned under parks, and one of the items under the parks is yacht club. So they have to, live within their zoning. But in the meantime, there's no appetite really for them to open it back up to the public. So what we've asked is we would like to build a small community center with the funds that were earmarked for land acquisition in the location of where you'll see the red.
Maybe they'll sell it to us.
Anything we could do would be helpful. So if you look here, in the area that's bounded by the dotted lines, that is the Riverland Woods Park. It really is a boat launch. It's not really a park, it's a boat launch. One of the things we'd like to recommend is that we change it, in fact, to Lauderdale Isles Landing, which would be consistent with all of the other boat launches in the city of Fort Lauderdale. So it would be still part of the inventory of what our boat launches are. And so if you look where the red shaded area is, there's a playground there that the city of Fort Lauderdale has done an unbelievable job of putting in a new playground across the street with covered shade canopies, new playground equipment. They keep that park in immaculate condition. We're very grateful, and Parks and Rec does a great job. This here, not so much. And we've spoken to Phil before he left, and really the intent was to take that playground out. It's dilapidated, it's outdated. They don't see this as really a park. This is really a boat launch with some amenities. When we have peak season of people coming here and using the launch, everybody's parking on the grass everywhere. And as you recall, there's a time when we had possibly a grant for trees here. Well, the reason we couldn't deal with the trees is because it's just inundated with boat trailers, and it's wonderful, and it works out great. So if you go to the next page, that's the same footprint of where we would put a small community center that would take up that area where Parks and Recs was going to take out that playground anyways. We would put in the minimal amount of parking. We encourage people to walk, to take golf carts, and to bike to that area. This is where we would have, you'll see up here on the left, the features would be a meeting room, warming kitchen, outdoor event area, and this is where we'd also have our waterway cleanups. We would share storage. Right now, both the Lauderdale Isles Community Association and the Waterway Management District are paying for storage every month because we do waterway events, we do cleanups, we have all kinds of things like that. Because we lost our home, we lost our real estate. So in this little community center, we would program it to have our community association meetings, the Waterway Management District meetings. We held our big waterway cleanup event twice a year, and this would be our community event space. Certainly it's City of Fort Lauderdale property. It would be programmed in conjunction with them. We'd have boating education, and again, whatever Parks and Recs wants to do it there, we would work hand in hand with them. So what we're asking is this right here would be similar to the Hort Park Community Center and how that's set up and how it's run in the relationship that Parks and Recs has with the Shady Banks community and the Civic Association. So we're just here asking to take the money that was earmarked for land acquisition, some money that might be left over as well in District 4 in land acquisition, move it over and support to doing this little community center for our neighborhood.
Mr. Mayor, just a couple of little thoughts here.
Go right ahead.
Number one is, we'll do the low-hanging fruit first. There's two things. One of the things that Earl alluded to, which is, City Attorney, if you could let us know how to proceed with this. There is something called the Riverland Woods Community, and the Riverland Woods Community Center is not in Riverland Woods Community. It's in Lauderdale Isles, so it's very deceptive, the naming alone. And as Earl had alluded to, we'd like to get just change that little property to Lauderdale Isles Landing. So if you could let us know how to navigate that, that should be pretty straightforward. And the other thing, we had brought this before to a commission. This is something we had spoken about before. And before Phil had left, we were pretty far along with discussions how to get this thing rolling. And I think it's time to take this to the next level and support this project at this point. Okay, they don't have anything like this in this whole.
So is the ask just to build a community center building?
So the ask today is to get your direction that this is something that you want to do.
Well, what is the something that's being asked?
Well, they asked us to use the allocation money that's allocated to each district for acquisition, land acquisition, instead of using it for land acquisition, to use it to build this.
That's what I'm asking. Are we just asking to build a community center?
Correct.
That's all I'm asking.
Correct.
And I understand the source of the money. I have no objection to it. I mean,
I have
yes,
for this, if you all hear me, because I had asked a question in the pre-agenda. I was concerned why this was grouped together with Carter Park and the request that we're doing for the Carter Park remodeling, redevelopment, additional funds that are needed. And I've been asking for money to be identified for Carter Park to complete the project that is pending there. So if my question is, how are we going to move, where are we going to get this money for this project and not necessarily introduce funds for Carter Park, which is our signature park? So I want to understand how we're able to move funds after it's been requested, and now we're introducing another park that's coming with a request at this point. Explain that to me.
Yes, Vice Mayor. So the ask and the reasoning is that for both projects, we're looking to use each individual's district for their land acquisition funds that they have allocated for their district. And so the plan would be, if we get that direction that this is something you all would like to do, then we would then share this with our Parks Board, who is the clearing office for anything related to bond, and then come back to you at a night meeting to finalize it. And so the ask for Carter Park would be to utilize your District 3 funding to help subsidize some of the shortages in Carter Park.
So
what dollar is that? Because we know that with the increase in the inflation increase in equipment, labor, and things of that matter to complete Carter Park, we have even been given this term that we talked about, value engineering. And that's something we do not want to see happen at Carter Park. So I'm trying to understand exactly, is it just the monies from District 3 that we're reallocating, money from District 4 that's being allocated for District 4?
Yes.
That's the answer I'm still waiting for.
That is correct. So our thought process would be for District 4 to utilize a portion of that funding to fund a community center. And the ask would also be for District 3 to utilize your remaining budget to subsidize some of the shortfall at Carter Park. And I also want to mention that even with if we were able to utilize your land acquisition funds, we still have a shortage of about $8 million, but this does get us closer to where we want to be.
Yes.
Why such a gap?
Yes.
Why such a gap?
Well, so
I'm being told. Okay, let Carl answer that, please, Mr. Carl.
Yes. So the original budget that was provided for Carter Park was about $13.6 million.
This is in the Parks bond?
Yes, sir.
13.6?
Yes, and we had 2.1 of CRA funds earmarked for the project. It was labeled as a senior center, but we rolled that into the project. So you have a total of about 15.8 million, and we also had a cultural grant that we added to that as well. So that brought us to about
How much is the cultural
million.
grant?
The cultural grant is $118,000.
Oh, okay.
And so the idea is that we would use Vice Mayor, if that's her direction, to use the land acquisition, which is about $7 million, and then also utilize park impact fees to offset some of this. And so once we did the original plan for the project, the total cost is about $33 million.
So wait, I'm sorry. So from 15 million to 33 million?
So correct. So when we went in 2019, when we had the bond for the this particular project, that was how much was allocated. Now, once we went through the design elements and did the public outreach and identified everything that wanted to go along with the project, those numbers came back to about 33 million.
What? That's a big difference. That's a huge delta from 15 million to 33 million.
What did you design?
Huh?
What did they design?
Well, I just have a question because I'm looking at the CAM and I'm looking at the scope. Has the scope changed at all? Or is this just because now the scope, is this all inflation and construction, or is this because the scope has just drastically changed from the parks bond?
So when we realized that there was an increase with the cost escalations associated with this project, we did go back to AECOM, which is our program manager, to try to fit it within the budget. And we've had a couple iterations of that, but understanding that the ask was to try to get us back to a signature park, that is what 33 million is. Now, that does not necessarily mean that we can't build something for less, which, but if the direction is to still provide a facility that is 47,000 square feet and all the amenities associated with it, that's what the running cost is today.
What was the scope when the original parks bond was approved and there was roughly $15 million with the CRA money allocated to Carter Park? What was the scope, and how is it different from the scope that we're looking at now?
So let me invite Deputy Director Sanchez, and he can kind of give you a little overview better than I.
Thank you.
Good afternoon or evening. So Enrique Sanchez, Deputy Parks Director. The scope didn't necessarily change, but so it was to provide one large community center to put all the programming in, as opposed to, if you've been to Carter Park, there's about 5 or 6 just spread out buildings. Mm-hmm. It was, we're growing, so we just added a building, and so it was they're all kind of old and reaching the end of their life. So the thought was build one new building, make improvements to the splash pad, make improvements to the pool, replace the turf, do ground landscape improvements throughout the park. So when pencil started going to paper and all the size of the building started to get shaped, the inflated cost, this is the estimate that came. As Carl mentioned, we originally said, all right, we need to work within the budget we have, and we started scaling down the project. As we were getting to the 60% plans, the project was pretty weak and feeble. And, compared to the original vision, this is supposed to be one of the 4 signature parks. And so we felt that a park like that in this community really deserved to be signature. So we came back and started talking about different ways to fund it. And so this land acquisition gets us kind of halfway there, and we'll continue to look for other ways to do it. And as we go through that process, whether it's 33 or some other number, we really, the purpose of this ask is just to get the commission's feeling on, for each commissioner to use the $7.5 million land acquisition that they have, or whatever's remaining of it, to be able to use it for projects, because it is hard to find large parcels of land for new parks. So we don't want the money to just sit there if it could go to benefit the community. So at the time where we identify future funds and we go, we'll come back with an actual budget amendment item and detailing what those are and what we're going to build for it. But right now we're just really trying to build. So in the case of Riverland Woods, we're trying to say we can use that money for the community center. And in the case of Carter Park, I think the commissioners only use about $130,000. So can the remaining $7.3 million be used to fund this?
Right, that would be, so basically using up all of the land acquisition funds associated with District 3 and also District 4 to do these 2 projects.
Yeah.
Well, but let me just ask you a question. The CAM, so help me understand a little bit of clarity on this. So the CAM says solely replace the existing facility with an improved new functional community center, but of similar size to what is currently at the site. So is that still what we're looking to do at Carter Park, or is that not true anymore?
Without this additional funding, that's essentially what will happen. We won't get anything new at Carter Park. It's just we're gonna replace what's there with a new building of similar size, not necessarily additional space or function for the community.
So $22 million will get us nothing new?
No, 22 will. Without the additional 7 and without the additional money that we will go after, we're going to be limited to what we have now, and we will probably still fall short and won't be able to do things like replace the turf. That's
well, because you still have a delta between 22 million and 33 million of $11 million.
Yeah, and we're, as Carl mentioned, we're going to look at things such as park impact fees and other sources, other grant funding to fill in that delta as much as we can, or build with what we can get.
And how much money do we have in park impact fees right now? And this is money that comes from all over the city, correct?
Yes, but I think it's specialized in the surrounding area. Once you kind of determine that it is expanding the use, you can use specifics on park impact fees.
Right, but I've always been told that park impact fees come mostly from development projects. This was a big argument we had on the Barrier Island, because all of the development projects on the Barrier Island, all those fees went elsewhere. Not staying in District 2, not staying on the Barrier Island. And people on the Barrier Island used to be very concerned about that, because they said, you have all of these projects on the Barrier Island, and none of that money is staying on the Barrier Island where it's coming from. But I just want to go back to one thing on this issue. So we still have to get from $22 million to $33 million, correct? But that's not what we're considering right now. Is it kosher legally? It's kosher legally, city attorney, to take land acquisition funds that were specified in the parks bond for land acquisition? It's kosher to take that money and spend it on something other than land acquisition?
I don't have the answer to that, Commissioner, but I'd have to look into it.
Well, just as a point of reference, we did use a portion of District 4's money for joint use parks.
How much was that?
Roughly 1.1 million, 1.08.
And I also have a question regarding that. Carl, when you started out, you said that there was limited parcels identified to even purchase for park areas in District 3. Is that correct? Did I hear you right?
Hi, Vice Mayor. Yeah, I believe that was me. And that's just kind of citywide. The finding parcels that are large enough to put a park it has been very difficult. It's basically one kind of house land plot at a time. So it's pocket park here, and they're not really connected.
But that's a cyclical issue, I believe, because real estate goes up and down, and eventually you'll have it. But if we then say yes to using all of District 3's remaining $7,369,000 in allocation funds for this project, then there's no more money left in District 3 to purchase any land for any future parks, correct? Correct. Okay.
That would be correct. And Susan Grant, Assistant City Manager, would ask the question about the permissibility under the bond resolution, and it does provide us that flexibility as long as it goes through a process, which would mean, as they said, if you're good with it, we would take it back to the Parks Board, and then we have to do that public hearing process, which is required under the bond resolution.
So basically then, the ask of us now on this agenda item is just to give consensus. Obviously, this is a conference meeting, we're not voting, but we're giving you consensus to say, yes, move forward with using all of the remaining funds in District 3 and District 4's park allocation land fund, roughly $7,400,000 in District 3 and $2,300,000 in District 4 for a community center in Riverland Park and for helping us close the delta for the Carter Park Signature Fund. Now, by the way, correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said that is correct. That would be the ask or some portion thereof.
Okay, well, I had a follow-up. I'm sorry, Mayor. I was just giving a Part A and Part B. So, okay, I understand. And then if my notes are correct from the 4 signature parks, because each district had a signature park, that would take Carter Park from $13.6 million, if we add the 7, to about $22 million, correct? Plus the CRA funds, which would then...
yes.
Okay, which would put it at the top of the 4 signature parks in terms of funding, close to the top.
Close to the top.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mayor.
So before you go away, I just want to understand one thing. With regard to the money that's allocated for Carter Park, is or is not a community center going to be built with the remaining money?
That wouldn't be me.
Yes, no. Either way, we still will be able to build a community center. It just if we just utilize the funding that we currently have for it, it just won't be to the expectation of that we promised earlier.
What does that mean? The expectation? I mean, the size of it. I mean,
Correct.
obviously you're not going to put gold bathroom fixtures, but I mean, is it the size of it?
Yes.
Is it?
So for comparison purposes, the facility, when we first looked at it, was about 48,000 square feet.
Okay.
Based on the funding that we have now, we can do about half that.
So, Vice Mayor, is that something the community wants to accept? I mean, the gymnasium.
No.
The gymnasium is a big space too, right? So, tell me, what do you think, Pam?
Well, what we're thinking and what's been discussed, we want to be able to have a facility that is going to grow with us, not something that we're going to outgrow in 10 years.
Right.
Basically, what's projected right now, we will basically outgrow in probably 4 years. So why would we go ahead and put minimal money into this project, knowing that it's not going to feed the community, feed the city? Because right now, Carter Park is a park that individuals from all over our city come and have a great time at. So to downsize is not what we should be considering. We need to figure out the funding, make it happen, so we can have that signature park that we discussed earlier and when we start talking about the bonds monies. And unfortunately, we know about the inflation. We know what's going on with the funding. However, we need to stay the course, identify the monies, and build the project that was suggested and basically approved on.
All right, so 28,000 square feet is a half an acre. So you're looking at a half an acre community center? What is this? Does anyone know what the size of this space is? I mean, this is a big space. Is this 28,000 square feet? No. This is about maybe 10, if that. So it seems like a 48,000, like an acre community center you planned?
So
what would that be used for?
Yeah, so just for comparison, there's about 5 buildings inside of Carter Park now. There's the Annex Social Center and the Rec Center.
Right.
Then there's the Orange Bowl. And so the idea, with the exception of the Orange Bowl, would be to merge all of those buildings into one next to the pool. We have our boxing gym in there as well. And so the idea would just be to merge all of those amenities of the park into one building, which would need to be of substantial size.
I understand what you're saying, but I mean, an acre of a room is a large room. So when would you ever fill that entire room? Would it be
Well, Carl,
divided?
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Up?
Carl, let me
Divided
ask
up?
this
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry.
With the structures that are there now, they equal the square footage with some added on, am I correct?
I would say it's close to it. I'll probably say somewhere around 30, 40,000 square feet in total. 30, 24.
Yeah, but that's in separate buildings. You're looking at one huge space of an acre.
We're merging the buildings under one roof. So you still have the same square footage, it's now under one roof. Instead of the different little small, or the different buildings that are there now, it's under one roof. So you're not doing anything, adding anything new, you're just expanding under one roof, one building.
Okay, so the community center will be divided up. You're going to have offices and you're going to have different function rooms. It's not one big space.
Correct.
Okay, so that wasn't clear.
The proposed plan would be to, if fully funded, would be double basketball court gymnasium that could be used multiple ways. So it's not all basketball. It could be 2 basketball courts one way or 1 basketball court with bleachers. It could be for indoor pickleball, indoor volleyball. And then outside of that, there's a boxing gym that we currently have, so that would be moved in this area. There'd also be a fitness center, community, multi-purpose rental space.
I get it. Okay, all right. So,
May I have a question? Because I know that we got away from Riverland.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
So right now, the plan is to just go ahead and build the smaller space because that's the amount of money we have?
Unless we get different direction, yes.
So, Vice Mayor, is that your direction?
Well, I've given different direction to the city manager. It is not the desire to go in a smaller direction. As it was said, we, with this land acquisition money, and then also the opportunity to identify additional funds to move forward with the plans, there's no desire to decrease or downsize in the original plans.
Okay, Greg, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, just wanted to add that we need to find other funding in order to reach that vision that the community desired.
Okay.
And again, just wanted to add that footage that you're talking about is going to have many features, and also there's going to be city offices in there for Parks Department. So it's not just for the public, but there's going to be some administrative use as well.
Okay. So with that, we could probably we can source other monies then.
Yeah, we're looking at not only park impact fees, but one of the things that we were looking at, like last week, was looking for federal funding to see how we can get some federal funding to support a community center of this magnitude that is very close to the roadway and 95. And there's a lot of schools that use this center for sports growth, and even come from other cities to do competitions. So we certainly want to deliver something that's impactful, not only for here, but for the region as well.
Okay, all right, I get it. Okay, Commissioner Glassman, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to go back. So before we leave Carter Park and go to Riverland, so right now,
we can say yes to utilizing the rest of the acquisition funds in District 3 if we have consensus for that, and then you would be up to about 22, 23 million, roughly.
That's correct.
And that will not get us the building that would be adequate for the park.
As it currently stands today, that's correct.
Well, Pam is saying don't build it yet until we have all the money.
No, I know that.
Yeah,
but
okay.
it won't get us what was in the park's bond. I just want to make sure
Correct.
that what's in the park's bond for this site is still what we're talking about, or are we
It
talking?
is. We're talking strictly about what's in the original plans for the Parks bond.
Okay, thank you. So moving over now to Riverland Woods Park, how much will that community center cost?
About 2.5 million.
2.5 million. So that's pretty close. There's $2,290,000 left in land acquisition for District 4, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's pretty much a wash. So that's fine. Okay, thanks. Wait. Was that something I said?
Well,
I
Vice
don't
Mayor,
know.
you have the floor, Ms. Vice Mayor. Pam?
Pam, the mayor's left, Vice Mayor. So
Is there a Vice Mayor, or how does this work
No.
now?
Was there anyone signed up?
To speak?
City clerk? Did anyone sign up?
So we have consensus how to instruct staff to go forward then, correct? Pam, Steve, John?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, do you want to go to the next item, city manager report? Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll go to the city manager report.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right, so I provided with
Oh,
you. I provided
Greg,
you.
my throat hurts just listening to you. Oh, God. Could you get, a cough drop or something? I
So
feel so
Laura's
bad.
going to speak on my behalf.
Okay.
I wonder where he got it from.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. Laura Reese. One of the items I was asked to speak on Greg's behalf on, because he's struggling with his voice, poor guy, is about the prioritization workshop. You and your assistants received some communication. The prioritization workshop is set for January 18th. There was a desire of some on the commission to change it to either the 24th and 25th, but that doesn't seem to work out. So we just need consensus that we're sticking with the 18th, or some discussion on the date that it will be.
I would need it to stay, because I'm traveling on the 25th and I won't be available. I had made arrangements around the date that we originally were given. So my need will be able to stay to the original date.
I agree. What was the reason we moved it off of the 18th?
So it hasn't been moved yet.
But what was the reason
there
you
was a
proposed it?
request.
The challenge with the 18th is that we're doing Broward Days on the 16th and the 17th. And so getting back here for the morning of the 18th is going to be a challenge. It means we have to cut short our trip up to Tallahassee for Broward Days, which sort of renders it somewhat useless if we've got to cut half the day out and come home. So there's no sense going up for Broward Days if we're only going to do half a day. So it's a matter of we do Broward Days and then we can fly back on the morning of the 18th, or we skip Broward Days entirely.
Well, could we move? Well, maybe. What if you're all flying back on the 18th in the morning or late at night? Could we just move it instead of 9 a.m. on the 18th? Could we move it to later in the day so you have time?
I'm fine with that. We could do the afternoon of the 18th.
1 o'clock.
What time are the planes coming in from
have to look
Tallahassee?
at the flights. I don't know. I can kind of pull it up while we're talking.
Instead
about
of
it.
9 to 1, why don't we do like 1 to 5?
Sounds fine to me. Pam?
We can't hear you, Vice Mayor. We still can't hear you.
Oh, that's why I'm on mute. Sorry.
It's good.
I'm looking over to, because with my flight, I think that should be fine. Let me just double check. Give me one moment, okay?
Okay.
So, Mayor, they're checking the 18th. Does that work for you in the afternoon as well?
Man, we just said to give people time to come back from Tallahassee on the 16th and 17th, maybe moving the 18th meeting from 9 a.m. to to 1 p.m. instead,
The 18th of January?
which was the original date for the prioritization workshop. But now we're looking at moving it from 9 to 1 p.m. start.
Wait. This is January 18th.
Uh-huh.
We had the prioritization workshop in the morning.
Well, right. But that's not giving people that are in Tallahassee a lot of time or opportunity to get back from the 16th and 17th.
When is Broward Days?
Basically the
16th and
17th. So the opening session is the evening of the 16th. So basically we had the night meet and greet. The 17th, Wednesday, is the all-day sessions, and then there's the closing session, and then if we're flying back, we're going to skip basically the afternoon at Broward Days, which makes it nonsensical to make the trip up there.
Right.
So do we know the flight schedules?
Is JetBlue flying there yet?
It should be by that point, but we don't know what the schedule is going to be at that yet.
All right, so let's move it.
Mayor, before you do that, we should be remembering that FEX has their ACE Awards or something on the 18th. Well, I don't know what time, but
that's
at
that would be in the evening.
5:30.
5:30, right.
So
that's 5:30. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Because I've got the 5:30 ACE Awards, and I've got my Twin Lakes HOA at 7 p.m. So my evenings are definitely booked. There's a 6:35 a.m. flight that gets in at 11 a.m.
Okay.
So trying to see what else we've got. That's a 4-hour flight. That's not a particularly good one. Let's see.
Commissioner?
Yep.
Daphne Sainville, there is a 6 a.m. flight that does come in at 9:59 a.m., and there is an additional flight that does come in at noon.
Yeah, you can't expect someone to get up at 4 in the morning. That's not fair.
I think she said there's a 9 a.m. flight also.
That comes in at noon.
That comes in an hour before we would start.
On Thursday or Wednesday?
The 18th.
On Thursday.
On the 18th.
The 18th.
Yes.
I mean, my day is available, so I mean, anytime that day is fine. But if you want to move it to Friday, that's fine too. I'm good on Friday. Fridays.
I'm good on Friday. We've got
Friday?
the Prospect
I don't wanna rush you.
groundbreaking. So we're already doing the Prospect groundbreaking at 11 a.m. If you're available Friday afternoon, we could probably do it up at the new police station. We could do a session up there. They've got conference space available.
Oh, you mean up on the Cypress Creek?
Right. If you're all going to be up there for the groundbreaking at Prospect anyway, I don't know who's attending that or who's not. But
no, I'll be there.
Right. So that's an option for the 19th if people are available.
Are we good? Are we good with that?
What time is Prospect?
11 a.m.
Prospect's at 11 a.m. So we could do
Friday the
and
19th.
And we'll start with the lunch. We can have it'll be a lunch meeting. We'll start with that. That's good.
All right, so Friday the 19th, starting at
Noon.
noon for lunch, and where will you?
Give me one moment. Give me one moment.
Wait. So Prospects at 11, and then we have lunch, and then we go right into our workshop?
And we had planned that
Yes.
at FXC, so does that work for location for the
Close enough,
workshop?
isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, if you.
So
we
we
would
would go
FXE, we could do it at Kaplan, we could do it basically anywhere up there, somewhere in close proximity.
So we would do like noon to 4?
Yep. That,
Is that all
Let's see. I might do the FXC Awards and just stay overnight up there.
all right. Well,
We could sleep in the new terminal. They've got beds and
Yeah,
right.
Well, I hope you all have a good time.
all right. So that was all I had on behalf of the city manager. Did you have anything else, Greg? All right. Thank you all.
All right. So we're doing the 19th at noon.
Noon to 4? Is that it?
At noon or 1?
Noon. Well, we'll have to start with the lunch, and we can make it a working lunch.
Yes. That's what we usually do.
Yeah. Bring all your ideas. Okay.
Okay. Noon to 4 on the 19th. Thank you.
Anything else under this
Thank you.
item? We're on Manager 1, right?
Yeah.
Anything
Just
else?
wanted to share with you the report that we prepared for all the action items that you all have requested. So if you have any feedback on the format, we're going to be sharing this with you all every meeting so that you could see the progress on any of those items.
And you've already taken into consideration what we've said during our pre-agenda meeting, so we don't have to repeat all that now, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Nothing. Okay. Anything further on Manager 1? There being none, and CF1 has been taken off the agenda. So that would conclude our, we have commission reports. Let's do commission reports. I'll start with you, Commissioner Herbst.
I will waive mine.
Okay, Commissioner Glassman.
Usually it's the vice mayor, but I'll be happy to go next. That's okay. Hold on a second.
I think we should do it before we break. Let's do CRA before we break. Same with OPEB. Just get it out of the way.
Just knock them out? Okay.
Yeah. Are you, if you're not prepared, I can.
Oh no, I'm ready.
Vice Mayor,
I just didn't know if you were going to go to the vice mayor.
Vice Mayor, I already called on you. Vice
Okay,
Mayor, would you like to go forward?
I'll do it. No problem.
Commissioner Glassman is deferring to you since your seat is empty, but your spirit is still here.
All right, thank you. I'm trying to get through this without doing any coughing. So, but you can hear me, right?
We can hear you fine.
All right, wonderful, wonderful. Between December 16th and the 18th, sharing what we have done. Pretty much, I had the opportunity, I got the wrong date there, December 6th, I'm sorry. Had to attend the wonderful swearing-in ceremony for our chief. Also, ECNIF training, 2 hours with my colleagues that was held and put on by our city attorney and deputy attorney. Appreciate that. It was great information when we were able to go through that fairly well. Also, I was able to attend the Florida Beach Bowl that happened on the December 9th. There was a 5K run that was held at Carter Park. I was able to attend and welcome everyone. I wasn't able to participate. Some of you know that I did twist my knee a couple of days before that event, but I did go out and I welcomed the runners. It was a great event. It was about maybe 50 participants. Great first time event, and the community embraced it, and they are really looking forward to the next Florida Beach Bowl 5K run. Along with on the 13th was the actual football game, which was between Johnson C. State University and Fort Valley University. Fort Valley was the victors. They won that particular game that night. Beautiful event. It was windy and it was rainy. However, great turnout. Everyone that was there are really excited that the city has sponsored and partnered with the organizations with historical black colleges and universities to offer such a bowl game to our city. So looking forward to continuing with this event as it benefits the city as well. Also, I had a great meeting with Nova Southeastern University, the Art Museum. I met with Bonnie Clearwater, Tristan Trevette, and also Lisa Quinn. We had a great meeting. I was able to ask a lot of questions. They were able to expound on the programs that they offer throughout the city. And my questions were geared on how their projects and their events affect and impact District 3. So I look forward to more conversations with them and being able to work with them moving forward. Also, I had a great conversation on December 12th with an organization regarding gun violence in our community and opportunities of how we could collaborate with police and community and how we can look at combating and addressing the gun violence in our city and in our district. Also, I had the opportunity to attend the the Winterfest Gala at the Hard Rock, kicking off the event Unfortunately, we know that there was, due to the weather, we were not able to have our traditional boat parade, but it was a great event, and I am excited for the opportunity for next year as well. Also, I want to take this time to bring a couple of things to your attention, Greg. And I know we talked about this before. One of the items, this is an issue that Code has been addressing in our community. The address is it's on Northwest 19th Avenue near the cemetery, the historic cemetery. There's a plot of land that an individual owns, and she also owns a large bus RV that she's converted, and she's coming back and forth to the property. She lives in this vehicle, and what she's doing, she's coming back, and she is releasing the waste from the toilet on the bus onto the property that she owns. And Code has been going out addressing it, but there is some loopholes within the ordinance that prevents us from really taking an aggressive approach to stop this activity. Code has been out, police has been out, from what I understand, even at the point where the intent was to tow the vehicle, but as long as she's in the vehicle, they cannot tow the vehicle. But she's coming and she is releasing the waste onto the property in front of the homeowners on that block in front of their homes, and they're being subject to this. So what I'm asking is if we could look over the ordinance to see what we can do to put some bite into this where we can prevent and stop her from doing this. It's my understanding that she is being fined. She has upward to $15,000 lien against her property, but this has not stopped her from this activity. So, Greg, again, along with Code, I'm asking, and even city attorneys, what we can do to look at the current ordinance to be able to stop this action. So that's one of my asks. So if anyone wants to respond to that before I go into my next ask.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, staff has gone out and has looked at the property. They have not observed what the claim is, but we will definitely be visiting the property more often to see if we can find the claim and take action. But we will definitely work with the attorney's office to make sure that we can cover all loopholes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. And it's my understanding that there's we can provide photos, and my understanding that there should be evidence of the soil on the property. So I don't know, I know Code has been going out, but we have to do something about this. It's not a the neighborhood is at this point feeling that this person just come and do this and making a mockery of the city, and we're not doing anything about it.
Vice Mayor, I'll look into it as well with Code and the Code attorney.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then, okay, I did say I have one more that I just hear Code is giving me brain fog. Okay. With that right now, I'm going to say that concludes. Oh, I'm sorry. I remember. The request that I have, Greg, and we talked about this before, we still have those incidents, most recently, where there are meetings that are being organized by departments within our city and being held in my district regarding matters of interest, agenda items, and I'm not aware of them. Last night, there was a meeting at the Y regarding the storm water pump station that's going up on 15th Avenue. The letter was dated December 14th. and the meeting was the 18th, and I knew nothing about it. This meeting was also on what is known as my pre-agenda night. So I don't know where we keep having this breakdown, but it needs to stop. It doesn't look good that there's meetings going on in my district and I'm not aware of them. And I don't know how it keeps happening. So we need to remedy that immediately.
Vice Mayor, we don't have knowledge of that meeting. If you can give us more details about what you saw, we will follow up. But Alan does not know of a meeting that took place yesterday to talk about that.
Yes. Yes, it was, the letter was sent out by a Said Hassan, S-A-Y-D Hassan. And it was the Homeowners Association was contacted directly, and I also have a copy of the letter. I can send it to you. And the meeting transpired on last night.
Vice Mayor, I apologize. I was not aware of that. I will talk to him and make sure that we make the appropriate corrections with our staff.
Okay, because, you know, I'm unacceptable. And this is not the first time. It was another incident. And, you know, Greg, we talked about those incidents, and it's not the same department. It just seems to be something that seems to be okay, and it's not okay. But thank you for the apology. And Greg, I know you'll make sure this won't happen again.
Vice Mayor, are they just Public Works meetings that you know of, or is that just the one the other night that was Public Works? Are they all Public Works?
No, they're not all Public Works. That's the point I'm making. It's not all Public Works.
Okay.
It's been a variety of things since I have taken office. So there is a list of things, and Greg's familiar with them.
Okay.
And that's the most recent. That is the most recent.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner Glassman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It's been an amazing couple of weeks since our last commission meeting. Again, on Wednesday, December 6th, we attended the swearing in for our new police chief, and again, congratulations, Chief. That was a great event, an amazing spirit in that theater. Everyone's attitude, it was really, really, really terrific coming together to show our support and our excitement for Chief Schultz's tenure. So again, congratulations. That evening was also the Central Beach Alliance holiday party, is excellent at 321 Water's Edge. Mayor, I know you were there. Also, that was a great spirit and a great energy on the Barrier Island. Over 125 people in attendance for that neighborhood get-together. Incredible. And then ran over to the FOP Christmas party over at Tap 42 again. Again, another evening of great spirit, another get-together, and it's been like that all the way through. Thursday, December 7th, the next night, we had the city's menorah lighting at the Las Olas Oceanside Park. Thank you to everyone for putting that together. And also, we had, that evening was Cafe Vico's beautiful evening for the Lake Ridge Civic Association holiday parties, Taste of Italy. Again, tremendous turnout, and hearing nothing but positive people's comments from all of these neighborhood events. Very exciting. Sunday, December 10th, we were at the Tunnel Top Plaza ribbon cutting. Thank you again to everyone who put that together. Tuesday, December 12th, we gathered in the mayor's office. That was a very inspirational meeting for the rabbis that came for the menorah lighting in the mayor's office. Thank you for putting that together, Mayor. It was great. We had visitors from Australia, from London, and the great country of Brooklyn, New York. So that was really a beautiful get-together, and thank you for inviting those folks and having that in your office as well. That afternoon, I gave opening remarks at the Sunrise Lane project workshop. Thank you to staff for putting that together. I'm very excited about that. You might remember that last January during our goal-setting workshop, in our budget, we actually did place about $250,000 there for design work, and I'm excited to see that happen. Excellent input, tremendous turnout from the beach neighborhood on that, and we will follow up with another workshop on January 16th. Thank you to the Sonesta Hotel for hosting that as well. Wednesday, December 13th, Marine Industries, thank you for bringing folks together for your holiday party. And also that evening, follow that up with a party over with the Dolphin Democrats, the longest running, oldest LGBTQ club in the state of Florida. Again, another tremendous turnout. Wonderful spirit. Thursday, December 14th, I made some opening remarks at the Hotel Marin for the Fort Lauderdale Beach 2030 Visioning Workshop. I want to thank the Chamber of Commerce and the Beach Council for putting that together. There are so many things that are happening on the Barrier Island, as we know, an economic engine for our city. Out of that meeting, and I will let you know, City Manager, there were some concerns. I'll share some of them in detail with you, but there was talk about pricing maybe too high for the parking, in particular the Las Olas Garage, talking about wayfinding and signage for some of our more iconic sites, talking about Uber and Lyft drop-offs in the middle of streets that's impacting traffic, and I'll go into detail with you on some of the others. But those were the big takeaway items from that workshop. Again, very well attended by all of our stakeholders on the Barrier Island, both residents and also the hotels. So thank you to everyone for that, and thank you to the Hotel Marin for hosting that. That evening, in very inclement weather, and I'll give it to these people at the Downtown Jewish Center, but that night of the storm, they went ahead in Esplanade Park and had the menorah lighting on the last night of Hanukkah. Again, so sad to see the Winterfest Boat Parade canceled on December 16th. That's an incredible undertaking for so many people, but we'll look forward to that rescheduled for December 14th next year. Upcoming, I guess we have a little bit of a break for the holidays, so I'm looking forward to that. I did want to mention, City Manager, maybe you can help me understand this. In the minutes that we're going to approve tonight, there was a section that talked about the review, the performance review for the city manager. I know that later this evening we're going to see an agenda item for the review of the city auditor that was deferred for several months now. But specifically on our November 21 meeting, November 21, we actually were looking at a evaluation for the city manager. That item first appeared in front of us on October 17th. October 17th to do a performance review for the city manager. I believe his anniversary date is June or July. So we are already coming up on a half a year, 1/2 of a year after the time when we should have conducted the evaluation, performance review for the city manager. I'm finding this unacceptable. But what I'm really finding unacceptable is on November 21, we said consensus that we would look at December 5th to do the evaluation for the city manager. We said December 5th. Commissioner Sturman objected to December 5th to do the performance review for the city manager. He said he'd be out of town for the whole 2 weeks, and he asked us to please defer to December 19th, which is today, for the review of the city manager. The mayor first said no. I'm looking at the minutes and the transcript. The mayor first said no to that. He wanted to go ahead with the next meeting, which would have been December 5th. But then we all agreed to defer the city manager's review to December 19th, which is today. It's not on the agenda. So I'm asking why.
One of the commissioners asked if they could get another 2 weeks to have the opportunity to evaluate me. They needed another 2 weeks.
And also, considering he doesn't have a voice tonight to be able to answer questions, I mean, I think it was at the prerogative of the city manager.
Nobody knew that he didn't have a voice when this was requested.
Well, I think it's a moot point right now.
Well, it's a moot point for you, but not for me.
Okay.
Why was this not on the agenda?
I think that's at the prerogative of the city manager.
No, there was a request by one of your colleagues to defer to by 2 weeks because they needed a chance to do the evaluation.
Well, the minutes say that we're approving tonight, the minutes say that we all agreed that the evaluation would occur on December 19th. We first said December 5th, and then December. When is your anniversary date, City Manager?
It's July.
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 Why don't we just wait another 6 months and do a 2-year evaluation? That's how ridiculous this is.
Yeah, so one of your colleagues asked.
I understand that. You've said that several times. So maybe that colleague would explain to us tonight, while once again, when we have asked repeatedly to do this evaluation, the consensus when I look at the minutes was very clear that we would agree to that one person's demand, that we move this from December 5th to December 19th, and now I'm assuming that it's that same person who wants to push it again into 2024. Okay. What's wrong, Mayor?
I don't know what to say. I mean,
Okay.
It's not on the agenda, so if Commissioner Sturman was the one that asked, I don't know if he was or not, but in any case, it's not on the agenda, and we'll make sure it's on the next agenda.
Oh, we will. Okay, well, I thought on November 21, we were making sure that it was on this agenda. And that didn't work out, did it? So one of us, I guess, has the power to always just change the agenda. Just one. One person can change the agenda. Every time. Every meeting. Who sets the agenda?
The City Manager.
Okay. I've made my point.
Okay.
If anyone would like to
I agree.
explain
I agree.
why
I agree.
we still need more time after working for a year and a half with the City Manager. If any of my colleagues feel that they can't evaluate someone after a year and a half of working with him or her, I just can't figure that out. Cannot figure it out.
Well,
it's not fair to our charter officers. Our charter officers demand and deserve the timeliness of an evaluation, so that if there's something that they need to improve, they can improve. But they deserve that. Each of our charter officers should be evaluated in a timely manner when their anniversary date appears. It shouldn't just be delayed for a half a year. That's all. I'm not going to belabor the point.
Well, you already did.
Thank
So
you. Well,
let's-
if you want me to keep going, I
No,
will
I
keep
don't.
going. Oh, okay. Well, then let me
I
just...
think your point is well taken,
Okay.
and that's why it'll be on the first meeting in January.
It will. Okay, I look forward to it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Next, also in the minutes in the past that I've been looking at, this commission agreed by consensus that we would have a joint meeting with the Charter Revision Board. That's in the minutes. It's been approved. Consensus was overwhelming. We've never had that. City Manager, are we going to have a joint meeting
I think
with
it
the
was
Charter
we
Revision
had it once. It was postponed for some reason. What's the deal there?
So originally we passed around November 21st as a date for it, and
Right.
then we had the special meeting about the charter evaluations, and then December 5th was the joint workshop with Broward County.
Right.
So I can, if Greg,
Why don't
if
we
you
do
have
it
a
the
preference,
first
I
meeting
can.
in January? The first meeting in January, if we could do that?
If
Yeah, we'll do it.
everyone's available.
Yeah, 11:30. Is that good for everybody?
When's that? What's the date?
January 9th is the first meeting in January.
First meeting in January.
Oh, it's fine with me.
Okay. Okay.
That's okay? Thank you. I want to also thank Public Works and all of the others that have been helping to restore the barrier island. The weather event in November was very tough on the entire beach. And then what we just went through for last week, 4 or 5 days, again, so much sand to clear, and I'm just asking again, City Manager, I know that people have been working so hard, putting in the time, but we've never really fully recovered from the way the barrier island looks from the November storms, and I'm still driving around and I'm still hearing from people, the Las Olas Oceanside Park is full of sand, the intersections are full of sand, the medians are full of sand, plants are dead in the medians, the barrier island is an economic engine for the city, and it really must always look as pristine as possible.
Sure. So it's actually Parks that is leading that effort. If you can just share what you're doing, and they have been authorized to get outside vendors to assist as well. This is a collaboration with the state, and we certainly have that as a top priority.
Yes. Good evening again. Carl Williams, Parks and Recreation Director. Yes, we have had assistance with FDOT. We have an all-hands-on approach with our team. We're also utilizing the street sweepers from Public Works to assist us as well in this effort.
Okay, and we're going to do all of the intersections and go back a little bit west off of A1A onto all of those streets that feed into A1A that are also full of sand and debris. What's our plan with regards to all of the landscaping, like at Sunrise and A1A, all of the medians, all along, even on the east side of A1A, where we have a lot of the plantings on the ground between the palm trees? Are we going to restore everything? Because it's not looking good.
No, you're right. And our plan is to replace it. It will take some time because of how the sand is compacted in those medians. It's a bit of a large job to kind of do, but we are on top of it to address it.
So we're going to hopefully get this done as soon as possible and bring on as many people.
Yes, as of today, the sidewalks are cleared, and we're still going to be going through all the streets and removing all of that sand and debris that has washed up. Tomorrow we'll be entering into the loop and addressing that area in full detail, and then we'll be going through and addressing the medians. The challenge is anytime it rains, it kind of stalls the project, but we are on top of it.
Okay, good, because I'm hearing that a lot from folks, and my driving around, I'm able to confirm everything that I'm hearing from all of the residents there. And especially for our tourists that are here now in height of season, we just have to look at the best that we can.
Absolutely.
So that they want to come back. Okay, thank you. Next,
Yes,
and I think this will probably wrap it up. City manager, and maybe this is also Public Works, I'm not sure, but our A1A streetscape project. This was supposed to originally be done as a state grant by the end of December. We know that the weather in November and also recently has pushed this back. But I'm hearing specifically about the hundreds and hundreds of pavers that are piled up on A1A, on the east side of A1A, mostly directly across the street from our restaurants and bars there in the Central Beach area. What's our progress? What's our timeline? Because those pavers have been piled up. I know we've had a lot of interruptions with the weather, but there's just some concern about how long this is taking, especially during season now when a lot of those beach businesses are maybe suffering a little bit from all of that construction. But do we see an end in sight for this A1A streetscape project?
Yes, Commissioner. And the first part regarding the grant funding that we had, we have already satisfied all of our requirements with the state, and we will receive all those monies. So we had completed the work. What is remaining is the pavers, which they're working on it now. They had to get the sand off it, which they've been working on the last few days, and they'll continue with the eastern portion. They have to cut a lot of those bricks so they fit in around all the new improvements, and they'll be doing that over the next few weeks, and I believe that will be done in mid-January. On the west side, we had a request from some of the businesses to delay putting in the bollards, which we are looking to delay that until June to do that work because of impacts to the business. So we're trying to work with them. We are also having the contractor within these weather conditions that we're having work as much as they can to complete the paperwork and get it back and open.
Okay, good. So the bollards, that's an easy thing for June. That's just, those safety poles. Other than that, you see substantial completion by...
Well, substantial completion will not be until June, but as far as the paperwork on the east side, which is what I think you're mostly concerned about, that will happen in January.
Okay, good. So that's not too far. Great. So while you're there, Alan, I have an opinion question for you. We've read about what Hollywood's done on their beach with those orange tubes that they fill with water. I don't know. Have you had any chance to look at that and see if that has been successful at all in their efforts to keep sand and water off of their roadways and the businesses along A1A? I know that their street is different in terms of configuration, but we do have those openings between the wave walls that go several streets, north and south on A1A. Has that ever been a consideration, or are we able to ascertain if that was even successful? Have you spoken to anyone in Hollywood, or how did that work out, those big orange, I don't know what they call them?
I have not talked with Hollywood. However, other part of our staff have. It did not work very successfully, is my understanding. We can consider putting it in those openings. However, when you do that, that also means that you're cutting off access to the beach. People will be stepping over the walls or trying to climb over the Tiger Dam in order to get onto it. So now you're creating a a safety risk, and that's something that we have to consider if we were to implement it. I don't know how effective it would be, because in order for those to really work, it has to have a watertight seal. So it's something that we could evaluate, but I'd be concerned about the safety issues primarily before we start putting that in place, because people are going to still try and get onto the beach.
That makes sense. Thank you. That was what it was called, Tiger Dam. I forgot what that was.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sturman.
Well,
Just so everybody knows, we're still in our afternoon meeting. We're probably going to start the evening meeting a little late, maybe even like 45 minutes. So if you need to leave or whatever, or just want to take a break, I just want to give you a heads up. Yes, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Good news is I'm brief. So only two very quick things. You know, I'm a man of a few words, but I've only had one thing. But as I'm looking out at the audience, I'm looking beyond everyone over there. And while it's a shame that we didn't have our boat parade, we do live in paradise. We're watching a boat parade as we're going by. Just if you turn your head around there, one boat after another. This is incredible where we live. So
You should be focusing on the meeting, Commissioner. You should be don't keep looking out the window.
While you were talking, I had to think of
Stop
something.
looking out the window.
Okay.
Let's just focus.
Okay.
Thank you.
One thing I did mention briefly, Greg, and please, no, I feel, but don't talk, because it hurts me to hear you talk. But we talked about the $2 million for the lighting for the garage, and you know, some of the people in our community have some great ideas. And somebody came up and said, "What about naming rights or signage rights? Have a private entity make a marquee out there on their dime, let them figure it. No, they could have their own design or video, or whatever." And it won't cost the city a dime, and let them maintain the lighting on the garage.
Well, then it becomes a big billboard.
Well, whatever it is, it's $2 million we don't have to spend. It doesn't have to be. Look, they could have like like a nice lighting with some trees or something on there. I mean, is it an appetite for that?
Thank you, Commissioner. The district commissioner for the garage is working with several people on solutions that might not have to cost the city any money, but I appreciate your concern for the Los Olas garage.
Well, the $2 million come out of all 4 districts.
No,
so
but we're on it in District 2.
Well,
Thank you. We're on it.
Well, Steve, this is my moment. So I'm throwing it out there, and your feedback is very welcome, Steve. And just for a thought, okay? Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Does that conclude your remarks? Okay, thank you.
I'm done.
I just have a few. It seems like the last 2 weeks, all I've been doing is lighting up menorahs. But it's a great opportunity to embrace and to respect our Jewish community. Did a number of things. I did welcome remarks at the United Negro College Fund luncheon. A great turnout. People from all over the community, all over the state were there. Also presented a proclamation to the National Association of Black Journalists South Florida chapter at their annual lunch. What can I say? We had a great holiday season so far. The holiday season continues. We want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, and Kwanzaa is coming up at December 29th at 2 p.m. at Bass Park. The city will be hosting an event there. And then, of course, I just want to remind everybody, New Year's Eve, the countdown here at Himmershey, 6:55 for the kids countdown and 11:55 for the adults only countdown. Will you be there? No, I think you're in bed by then, right? Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'll be out of town. Sorry, Mayor.
Oh, you're going to be out of town.
You have to send me photos.
Okay.
So.
All right. So that's it for the conference meeting. That meeting's now adjourned. Oh, yeah, that meeting's now adjourned. And let's just go right into the CRA meeting. If you could please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst? Present. Commissioner Glassman?
Here.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Here.
Commissioner Sturman?
Here.
Chair Trentalis?
Mayor, Mayor, if I may.
Who asked?
It's Tom.
Oh, yes.
For these meetings, these next 3 meetings, we need a vote of the commission to allow Pamela Beasley, the vice mayor, to participate under our code for.
I couldn't.
I need a vote from the commission to allow the vice mayor to participate in the next 3 meetings.
So moved.
Each meeting needs
Seconded.
a separate vote.
Remotely.
It's under the policy.
It's
for the
happening
absent.
without my even having to say a word. So it's been moved and seconded to allow Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman to participate remotely in the CRA board meeting. So
And
please-
all three at the same time?
No, one at each meeting.
One at a time.
Okay.
So please call the roll regarding that motion.
Commissioner Herbst?
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Does she vote?
Oh, never, I'm sorry.
She couldn't make the meeting.
Good question.
And Chair Trentalis?
Yes, that motion is now.
What am I, chopped liver?
That motion. Didn't he call your name?
No.
Yeah,
You
I
went
said, I'm
to-
sorry,
you
Commissioner
went-
Sturman.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I know.
You could call me CL for short.
Okay, M1, motion approving the minutes for the December 5th, 2023 Community Redevelopment Agency Board meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes. Moving on to M2, motion authorizing CRA staff to submit an application.
Was this
deferred?
postponed? Was
Yeah,
this
that was-
postponed?
It's deferred.
It's been deferred to when? The next meeting, which is just January 9th? Okay. M3, motion approving a waiver of the 5-year unsecured promissory note requirement under the Streetscape Enhancement Program with All Aboard Florida Operations LLC. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and that motion is now approved. Is there any further business of the CRA board? There being none, that meeting is now concluded. Now we'll quickly go into the other post-employment benefits board meeting. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Should we do the vote first for
Beasley Pittman.
after?
Yeah.
Okay.
At the first
All right.
convene the meeting. Do I have to teach you everything?
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
She can't vote,
Yes.
This is just
I
roll
can't
call.
vote.
This is just, it's roll call.
but she's not allowed to participate in the meeting until we allow her
Okay.
to.
I thought we made a motion for all three meetings, didn't we?
No.
You gotta do them one at a time? Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sturman?
Here.
Chair Trentalis?
Here. Do I hear a motion to approve Vice Mayor participating in the OPEB meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and Vice Mayor is now allowed to participate. BR1, other other post-employment benefits trust quarterly investment report for the period ending September 30th, 2023. Someone like to, any questions regarding that report? Okay, there being none, moving on to M1, motion approving the minutes for the September 5th, 2023 other post-employment benefits trust board meeting. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
To approve?
Second.
To move? That's to approve, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and M1 is now approved. Any further business of this board meeting? There being none, this meeting is now concluded. What do we need, 20 minutes? We'll be back in 20 minutes, everybody. What?